What the
됐다.
hell are you signing us up for here? Okay then.
됐다. 오, 여기까지 왔다. 아씨, 튕겨가지고 젠장. 그래도 금방 복구하네요. 공감 하나 쓴 건 뼈 아픈데.
All around you,
이거네.
the hisses and chirps of locusts.
Well, detective, Egypt of the locusts. For the missing locust case, which is a subcase of the imaginary insect case. Yes, I feel we are nearing a real breakthrough. If anything, the presence of the locust points to the opposite. The phasmid. But what do I know? I'll let you handle the Kuno.
크노랑 얘기를 한번 해보자. 크노.
Fuck does Kuno care? Yeah. Kuno took the bug, so what? It's not Bugtown. It's
메뚜기
the city
도시라고.
of locusts. Locusts aren't just bugs. Stop! You stop. It's like they.
The girl forces herself to watch again, the corners of her eyes twitching.
Kuno, the pig wants to help you. Oh, that sounds...
An artist. Maybe I am an artist.
Did he just say I? Kuno usually calls Kuno Kuno.
Kuno made Kuno. Kuno says I fucking say I when I wanna, and Kuno when I wanna.
This is what he sometimes does when things get tense.
Oh my god, Kuno!
Yo, fuck you, see? Kuno can be what Kuno
Oh.
wants to be. Kuno's his own man. Kuno's free. Kuno made himself into Kuno. Kuno can make himself into anything. Kuno can make himself into a pig.
Don't make yourself into a pig, Kuno!
In it, you hear snow melting, dripping from the eaves. Someone closing a window. Without a word, she disappears entirely behind the fence. For once, the boy is lost for words. He turns completely red now, with splotches of white beginning to appear across his face.
I don't give a shit. I don't need the locusts.
The girl's face appears again, above the fence.
It don't mean anything. It's shit. Kuno just likes to focus. Kuno likes to concentrate. Pig, you really shouldn't have fucked with Kuno City. Now it's all fucking lame. Kuno's gonna let the fucking locusts die. The fuck are they trying to catch anyway? With the traps?
He recognizes the name.
Bitches think Kuno doesn't know shit. The fuck out of here.
As you leave, you notice his usual rooster-like swaying posture as there's silence between the two children. They're not
둘 사이가 약간 오묘해졌.
I'll die before I squeal, pig. What's this kid shit? Fucking...
Get the fuck out of it.
So it's a girl.
아직 아닌가? 코노세는 얘기를 거의 못하네. 코노 아빠한테 갬록 도서관 무전한 다음에 가야겠다.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
This is Precinct 57. How may I... Hold on. I've got Central Jamrock Public Library on the line, and I've already...
Yes, this is Central Jamrock Public Library here.
He sounds worried, yet ready to assist.
Billy Majon, you said. Yes, hello, are you still there? I found Billy Majon's home. Here we go, sir. Rue de Saint-Gislain, 33B, apartment number 20.
That's where the smoker on the balcony lives, isn't it?
It says says here that they returned their last book. Marie? Marie? Do you remember reading it?
Maurice, what? A woman yells.
Yes, it was my colleague Marie. She said that it was Billy's husband who returned the book. He also asked for this new sci-fi release, Lowe's Radio City 87. But we don't have it yet. Marie knows Billy. She's been working.
And then goes for a little drink later. On the lookout.
Sorry, no. Marie only knows him by sight. Marie? She said it was an older man, and that she's... Sorry, Marie wasn't really paying any attention to that. Happy we could help. Goodbye.
Anything else you need from me? 57.
In the cabin, you see a set of steering.
그래? 그러면 빌리 매장 쉐 남편이 실종이 아니라 죽은 거네. 어우 씨 노동계급에 어우 이런 진짜 실족 사람 이게 무슨 일이야.
Hello, officer. So it was just a child.
Thank you for telling us, sweetie.
She acts chipper, but something is secretly gnawing at her confidence.
Yeah, you're right. We just need to restock the empty.
He has a 38-degree fever. His
Darling, I told you to take it easy.
You're right, you're right. We can come back next season when it's warmer.
We are getting really carried away with this, aren't we?
He wants to see this tale through. As
결말을 원한다.
otherwise, he'd have stopped this already. But he cannot let it drag out.
오케이.
It's too much, officer.
What Morel means is
Here's a fresh batch of locals. They should slide right down the funnel.
오케이. 벌레 채워주자.
oh, hello, sweetie.
벌레 채워주고 비고 전하고 에버라트 먼저 만나고 올까? 어디 보자. 빈 채로 내버려뒀던 함정에 미끼 채우기. 에브라트 먼저 갔다 오자. 어디가 비어있었지 근데? 메뚜기 함정이? 기억이 안 나네. 아, 쿠노세가 강탈한 거기다 갖다 놓으면 되겠구나. 뭐야. 저기 뭐가 떴네? 게리 집에 뭐가 떴는데?
You're back before the cargo container.
수사.
drawer has not left, as it's always been. It's impossible to open a container with rhetoric. Maybe you're losing your...
불안정한 세상 생각을 맞춰볼까? 99%. 스킬 포인트가 없어서 못 여는구나.
Mr. Dubois, I hear them meet now. What can Everett Clare do for you today? Fanny.
Funny. She was trying to set up a narcotics.
Oh, that a sound. Yes, I do seem to remember sending a pretty young thing down there to liven up the place. Get some melodic music in there. Amphetamine lab? That sounds very immoral, and but what do I know about kids these days? The music they listen.
It sounds to me like you are trying to start an amphetamine lab in the district. And you're using some delinquents.
Found God knows where. That a cell is the daughter of Miko the kebab. I think a daughter of a man who killed a man with a kebab can handle... Maybe it was Bogovir. Or Jakub. I think it might have been Conrad. A nightclub. Harry, I'm an old-fashioned guy. After work, I like... But here I am, talking about myself, when you have much more important things going on. Tell me, Harry, how can I help you? Oh, that's very nice. I haven't gotten around to her yet. One thing I want to make very clear, Harry, is that this is not some kind of... We're all trying to do what's best for Martinez. Don't feel like you can't cooperate with her because you and I are such good friends and I'm helping you find your lost gun. It's perfectly okay. Even if you've told her...
He seems happy about the prospect of you telling Joyce about your conversations.
No, no, Harry. I'm perfectly neutral and 100% for transparency.
Yes.
신경을 전혀 안 쓴다고.
What do you mean, Harry? Nothing. I let him go. He's an old man, Harry. I wanted him to spend more time with his family. Harry, I have little people in my organization. Honestly, I'm beginning to think you're a midget, Harry. I'm only kidding, Harry. You're not a midget. No one is. We're pals. Vanished? Harry, the woman left her... Oh, did I leave my casserole on? Better go home and check. The election can wait. When she...
Wait, there was no mention of a casserole from Joyce.
Harry, Harry, Harry. Do not fixate on this little matter. Maybe it was a rabbit stew.
If it's spilled blood you're looking for, then there certainly isn't any in his expression or demeanor.
If she actually wants to see me, she will find a way.
It's a fortress. He knows he doesn't want to see her. It's as simple as...
만나고 싶어하지 않는다, 조이스라.
Of course, Harry. Let me just assure you one more time. I have no interest in what she is doing, but I myself have nothing to hide. Tell her about all of it. My brother's picture, my singing swordfish clock. Tell her how overweight I am and how I'm helping you find your lost gun. Tell her about everything. Everett doesn't mind. The golden boy returns once more. Wonderful. My friend, the mailman, confirms the letter is on its way. You've done a great thing today. You're in my inner circle. You too, Mr. Kitsuragi. We can talk about anything.
Well done, sire. By guile and deceit.
계략과 속임수를 이루어냈다.
Harry, by now you should know I would never do anything tricky like that. Well, let's just say there'll be freshly renovated buildings near the roundabout where those poor people...
He proudly spreads his hands to demonstrate.
So the village is doomed.
You were there, you saw the place, a wasteland, there's nothing left. But mark my word, reset. I have big plans for Martinez, and they do not include humans living in those pig sheds on a Harry. Imagine a youth center supermarket church complex, employing hundreds, no, Harry, enough is enough. We're taking this district back. The war was 50 years ago, for God's sake. It's time to move on. I accept your salute, Harry. All of it is true. I've got the center, I've got room for a retail complex, and
There is true indignation in his voice when he speaks about the state of things, and even
진심으로 그래도 분노하고 있구나. 이런 열악한 상황에 대해서. 방식은 굉장히 그 독선적이고 그리고 비윤리적인 것들만 하고 있지만서도
the Clear brothers towering above it all. Joyce knew he was up to something.
I'm not a symbolist, Harry. I'm a realist. My statue will be Martinez rebuilt. 5-story building complexes, workers on welfare, and landowners in Azon hating it. That will be my statue.
그래요. 동상을 따로 안 세워도 그 개발된 해안 마을 자체가 어떻게 보면은 그 에브라트나 이제 해리의 어떤 동상 자체이다 뭐 그런 의미인데 꺼림직하긴 하네. 그 방식이 워낙 폭력적이라.
Damn right I am, Harry. I'm gonna make the working man as rich as she is one day. That's my job. Just like yours is to order it. You know my men didn't kill him. They told you. It was a happy accident. You know how it is. No one takes the initiative. If I wanted him, glad you asked. I've got type 2 diabetes because sugar. Good job too, as it made me ugly. And ugly people, Harry, are much better.
못쓰는 사람들이 정치적 재능은 훨씬 뛰어나다.
Why a war?
And what do you have to gain?
Victory, Mr. Kitsuragi. I have victory to gain. We are going to start a war with the Wild Pines group and win before the Harry. We outnumber them 1,500 to 1, and that's just Martinez. With all the unions in Revachol and with public opinion on our side, we can hold off. The more they send, the worse it's going to look for them. They made a huge mistake hiring those guys. No one likes foreign mercenaries. The leftists hate them. The fascists
그치. 명분과 이 여론을
in bad
장악을 하면 거기서 이제 선점을 해서 선악부도의 어떤 이미지를 만들어내면 이미 임의적으로 그 지기 힘든 구도가 잡히는 거죠. 언더 도구마도 살짝 가미할 수 있고 오히려
Harry, there is no strike, only war. Class war.
계급 전쟁.
War in business terms, adornment.
그래요. 그
Is that when you still
산업혁명으로 이제
because we won't do that.
부르주아 혁명이 일어났다면 이런 그 에브라트 클레어가 원하는 것은 노동 계급의 혁명, 프롤레타리아 그 혁명으로 그 다음 혁명이 아마 진정한 의미의 공산주의일 텐데 어쨌든 사회주의로 나가는 1차 관문이 노동 계급의 혁명이니까.
We're not going to give nothing. We're going to take Terminal B away from them. The roads, the gates, the containers, that big crane, even the damn coffee maker.
The word fuck rings like a gunshot from his mouth.
So that's why you haven't let Joyce in.
Yes. It's also why I let that midget Gaumont go. He's too nice.
고몽은 착해서 이런 일 힘을 들 수 없었기 때문이고 들어오는 법도 알고 있었고
Her tits from her arsehole. She has no chance.
조이스는 그 만나고 싶지 않았다. 전쟁을 원했기 때문에.
Tits from her arsehole.
Actually, no.
Because we're friends, Harry. Besides, it doesn't matter now. You can go. It's already happening.
이미 진행되고 있다. 마우스가 없겠군.
No idea. Could have been his own mother for all I know. If you ever find the guy,
He really doesn't know.
어쨌든 에브라트는 이 주어진 상황을 적절히 이용한 거네요. 긴장 상황에서의 우연한 어떤 살인 사건을 보기 좋게 각본을 짜가지고
The guy, huh?
I don't. I told you it could have been his own mother. I'm pretty sure it wasn't anyone from the union. Maybe it was the mob.
He really doesn't.
2,372. Plus yours truly, of course. Oh, you mean what sort of goods are going to be flowing through? How am I going to replace all the contact? We've been running back channel negotiations with all the major clients. I think the company will be unpleasantly surprised to see how, with renewed zeal sparked by communal ownership, the men will be shipping those containers double time. You'll be surprised to see how fast things...
That's drugs.
Drug trafficking.
Drug trafficking? Don't be stupid, Mr. Kitsuragi. There are perfectly legal, 100% ethical chemical... All they do is produce components to keep the pharmaceutical industry running. That's people's health we're talking about. Old grannies, the company thinks transporting these chemicals in bulk looks bad, has bad optics. We're gonna transport the living daylights out of those materials, Harry. So your sick kid can get his...
And the kids on the street can get speed and pyrrolidone.
I'm an old-fashioned guy, Mr. Kitsuragi. I sometimes grab a beer with the boys, but I have no idea about the things...
마약물매를 할 거잖아.
...ingredients for some sort of rainbow party, I would make sure the union took a fantastic share. And I'd keep that stuff far away from Martinez. Harry, if I was supplying raw materials to drug manufacturers...
Understood.
아, 이런 진짜. 원할 거래를 통제하고도 이해가 되는군요. 더 위험한 쪽으로 흘러가는 걸 막을 수 있겠죠. 흥미로운 이야기군요. 저는 그저 사회사건 해고 싶을 뿐입니다. 관여하지 않는 것, 그리고 동조하는 것. 이제 뭐 최악은 면할 수 있는 차악이니까 어쩔 수 없다라는 식으로 이제 필요하긴 형식으로 이제 마무리하는 것. 그리고 완전히 그냥 이제 동조하는 거. 이거는 이제 그래도 마약이니까 이거는 선을 넘었다. 아닌 건 아닌 거다. 저라면 사실 그냥 관여하지 않겠지만 해리의 입장에서는 킴 키츠라기도 있고.
Yes, yes, of course. And while you're doing that, please go ahead.
어차피 개의치 않는구나.
Anyway, let's not focus on the sensationalism of the drug trade. This hypothetical drug trade is all anyone ever seems to be interested in. It would only be a small part of the harbor's turnover. Let's look at the big picture. Martinez as a whole. There are little girls out there with dreams of making music. I'm gonna unite them all into one economic body. We're gonna incorporate this place to Kingdom Come.
Let's keep focusing.
Kingdom
on the drug
Come.
trade. He was almost admitting to it.
지상낙원, 킹덤컴. 킹덤컴 딜리버런스 재밌게 했는데. 기독교적인 관념이죠. 킹덤컴. 왕국이 온다.
No, Harry. That's boring. All right, it's gone. The hypothetical raw materials trade is off the... Boys. Harry felt queasy about it. We're not doing it. Can we talk about my beautiful incorporated Martinez and its many-sided business ventures now? This bold new vision of incorporated socialism I'm offering? Harry, the length you're willing to go to keep your nose clean is remarkable. You will always have a warm bed in Mr. Clare's household, my friend, and a special place in the future of Martinez. We're way past specific union members now. This is the big time. You can bother Leonard with that. He loves to run his mouth on such matters. But I'm in...
There's something different about him now. He's more vibrant, more alive in his big-time mode.
Harry, I've got to be honest with you. Your gun was found 2 days ago. Withholding this information weighed heavily. An old woman has it, and let me tell you, Harry, well...
This must be the woman who bought the gun from Roy.
Yes, the same one. I see you've done your research. The pawn shop made the gun easy to track. The neighbors of this old woman contacted my men because they trust me and the Debarders Union. As I said, she's a character. I didn't have time for details. It sounds like
It sounds like a very disturbed. Unstable is good, actually. She will be easier to
Unfortunately, I don't know anymore. You're gonna have to go in blind.
There it is
짭짭새.
again. The pig.
I, for one, find it refreshing. Finally, someone calls themselves a pig.
I already have. Tonight, starting
오늘 밤 22시.
near the old fish market.
오늘 밤 22시.
The one on the boardwalk. A little past the
She will be there from 2200 out.
More fun stuff. Seems like we already have fun stuff to do.
오케이.
Great, Harry, great. I think we have truly... This has been so great. I'm sorry we don't have more fun things to do together, but if you ever feel like bouncing something off me, I'm always happy to educate and entertain you, my friend. Very nice, Harry. Is there anything else? What? Harry!
The reaction appears to be sincere, but it's impossible to tell with this guy, honestly.
You've hurt me, Harry. Me, a friend. I trust you, like I trust all my friends. And I know you'll never talk to me about this again, because you don't want to wound.
He's hiding his real...
Thank you for your understanding.
You too, Lieutenant. You know, I like you.
None taken. Did we have anything else to do here?
Ah, yes. Your side investigation. Thank you.
He refuses to discuss it further. Not even a speck of anger in his voice. That's that then.
오케이. 생각 완료됐다.
The 15th Indo tribe. Because there was. The 15th Indo tribe was comprised of 8 kids from Forberg and North Jamrock, running from wild dogs in the valley, hiding scents under rocks, and stealing clothes off clotheslines.
초록꽃의 눈 따다 10%.
Copper wiring.
오케이. 내면화하자. 모든 적색 판정이 실패함이라고. 씨. 위험한데?
Just an ordinary war. Nothing to see here.
그냥 봐.
just an ordinary wall. Nothing because
성공했어. 미친.
finally
8%인데 성공했어?
line. All the other walls on all the other houses must make a pilgrimage in adoration of Oh Wall Father. Huh? He sounds tired of it all.
Sure. I suppose we have to pass by it again at some point.
이건 어떻게 하지? 신디.
Hello again.
That isn't a fresh paint smell coming from the wall.
I don't believe it.
The bemusement in her voice doesn't fully mask genuine tenderness.
There'll never be skulls, but their hearts are in the right place. Fat chance, but you can still do your part to revive.
She throws you a constant.
Have you noticed the quiet? Every so often, you might. This place is a sepulchre. We'll paint it red. We bring the raucous. What for? Well, if it's for art, but what kind of art are we talking about? Then you have time to find your own fucking brush. There, Piggy. I guess art just isn't really you. 'Cause you suck in life and in everything.
제시도가 불가능하다고? 3%야?
They do say the painter always paints his own portrait.
That's pretty fucked up. Even for you, Piggo. You're a real sad sack. You know that? Go ahead then. But I'm all out of fuel.
That fuel oil was marked red for use by government vehicles only. Oh well.
You know what you've got in that fuel canister you scavenged from your Kanema?
준비 끝났다. 나이스. 그려보자.
The paintbrush in your hand is like a loaded revolver. What will it be, Desperado? Quite a few things come to mind.
경찰 교과, 그 권력, 공권력에 대한 그런 저항, 사랑의 쿠노. 저 쿠노라는 겉보기 굉장히 이제 그 악동으로 보이는 그런 고약한 꼬맹이의 그 내면을 이제 들여다보면서 그 마르티네즈라는 마약쟁이 아버지 밑에서 성장하는 그런 그 여러 가지 좋지 못한 주변 환경에 의해서 그 나름대로의 어떤 그 대처? 처세술? 그런 것들로 인해서 뭔가 지금 굉장히 안타까운 그런 어린 아이에 대한 그 이해심, 그런 이제 노력, 모든 벽의 어머니, 그 벽 자체의 어떤 아름다움을 그냥 이제 표현하는 것이고, 눈부신 번뜩임의 저변에 어떤 그림자가 드리워 있는가. 그래요. 그 뭐 영감이나 이제 뭐 아이디어를 떠올리는 그 기저 의식에 그러니까 이제 내면에 그 무엇이 있는지 대한 그런 호기심, 그리고 뭐 동굴 벽화 같은 거죠. 가장 원초적이고 이제 어떻게 보면은 종교적인지 아니면 즐거움을 위해서인지 모를 미술 작품이 처음에 어떻게 생겨났을까에 대한 미학에 대한 탐구심, 주술의 어떤 그런 종교적인 요소일지도 모르고 단순히 이제 그냥 흥미와 재미의 어떤 그 요소일지도 모르고 아니면 둘 다일 수도 있고 복합적일 수도 있고 뭐 일기일 수도 있고 뭔진 모르지만 그런 어떤 표현 아름다운 일이 일어날 거야 라고 이제 뭔가 그냥 무난한 메시지 같은 것 같아요. 긍정적인 그런 그리고 주차 금지 이게 참 재밌는데 지금 벽에다가 우리가 불법적으로 뭔가 이제 낙서를 하는 상황에서 그 또 다른 이제 그 관습을 새기는 거죠. 주차 금지라는 아이러니함을 이제 보여주는 그 자체의 문장인데 이것도 나쁘지 않은 것 같아요. 근데 저는 약간 이제 사랑의 쿠노가 좀 끌리네요. 뭐야 이거는 I love you 쿠노 와우 멋있는데
The wall will now silently repeat the message for a decade or so until the sea air
침묵 속에 메시지를 반복한다. 이거 참 재밌는 표현이죠.
detritus
그 고요한 외침처럼 시적인 표현이네.
Very poetic. Real poetry. Should we return to our murder investigation? I hear there's a really bad...
I love 쿠노. 아 맞다. 여기 말고 저기 먼저 초록 구체 찍고 가야지. 초록 구체. 들어가 볼까 한번? 못 들어가게 돼.
The door is closed. You hear someone inside. Walk in.
베리가 설거지하고 있나 봐. 밤에 가면 종주국 게임 같이 할 수 있는 건가? 보드게임 1월도 사놨네. 여긴가 봐.
A weathered brown. Something smells. The lieutenant motions to you to go ahead. Get yourself together. It's just police work.
You're right. Let's talk this through.
You hear some light footsteps.
We have our first preliminary identification. In all likelihood, the deceased... Now, delivering a death notification is never an easy task. There's a
사망
reason
통지.
why it's often called the most stressful part of our job. Dead? Just don't say that you know how they...
Good advice.
좋은 조언이다.
Yes, it's hard. But there is no easy way to handle this information. It just has to happen. As soon as we can't. Someone has to...
Hello?
And someone turns down the radio. He gives you a short, encouraging nod.
The police. A moment.
Tidying up, there's fear in.
Come in.
들어오라고. 아, 쉣. 애들 방이네. 여기가 침실이고. 저녁 준비 중이야.
It's you from the book stand.
점심 준비
Bring my
중이겠구나.
cockatoo back? I don't think I introduced myself properly. I'm Eric.
안녕하세요.
Would you like something to
시계가 이상하게 소리가 크다고.
tea, lemonade? We're out of coffee.
The lieutenant has taken off his foggy glasses and is busy cleaning them in his... He must feel vulnerable without his glasses. Is this why he's letting you take the lead?
Is this about Victor, my husband?
빅터구나, 남편 이름이.
Is he in some kind of trouble again?
저 사람 연기 중이라고요?
I can
무슨
look
연기요?
him up.
Keep it together. You don't...
Sorry, I'm rambling. It's just that Victor often
How about some small talk before you break the news?
킹님 함께 있으면 평정이지.
How have I been? You're not here to
Can't write a scene without knowing the actors.
편함을 선사.
People got to eat. What is this about? Why are
쉣.
you suddenly asking me about my
불안하게 만들었어.
It's me, Victor, and the kids here. We have 2 daughters. They came home later. They're good girls.
안 믿어주냐고요? 무슨 연기를 한다는
Girls
거예요?
are staying
대체.
at their friend's place tonight.
She swallows visibly.
He has a problem with drink. He's probably in the box drinking with his friends. I sent him to the library a few days ago, but no. I guess I'll find out when he decides to come back. It shouldn't be long from now. He's never gone from
연기할 게 뭐가
place.
있어야 연기라고 의심을 해보죠.
Oh, it's in Jamrock.
Central Jamrock.
I think, yes, if that's the one. Just to return a book of mine. Why?
책을 반납해주러 갔다.
Why?
Do something.
확실하네.
Break something. It's a fool's hope.
Yes.
아, 마누라 맞네.
His old leather jacket. It's just your average brown leather jacket, but he bought it as a yes. The lining is hand sewn. It's blue. I tried to make
그 실족 산 사람 맞네.
She folds her hands across her chest.
아, 이런 젠장. 안녕하세요. 애들 있을 얼굴이 아니라고요? 잠깐만, 공감 옷 좀 입자. 혹시 실패할 수도 있으니까. 지금 사건은 차츰차츰 진행하고 있어요.
She looks up, too anxious to say anything. I don't want.
아, 실패했어.
There has been enough pain. I don't want to do this.
Do what?
Officer.
Too late. You ruined it. Just.
Excuse me? What?
오, 쉣.
She's in pain. She's in so much pain. And
와, 젠장.
your chest is burning. You
그러게요.
sense that the lieutenant
멘탈이랑 체력이
wants to
깎이네.
say something. Don't let him. Fix this yourself. The lieutenant closes his mouth, but
Just tell me what happened to Victor. Expired. Like a milk cart. Oh. Yes,
사페처럼 3번 하자고요.
I'm sorry. I just need a... I don't know what to say. I guess what I want to know is, how did he die? And you just found him there? Lying in the cold? How long had he been there?
she doesn't reply. Her eyes well up with tears as she struggles to keep it together.
무슨 이 사람이 죽여요. 실족사구만.
You hear the clock ticking in the children's room.
Is there anyone we could call for you? A friend?
No. I just need to tell my girls. God, should I call them? Should I tell them to come home? All right. I'll call them. Just tell me, what do I need to do next? Where is he? Can I see him? And who should I call?
He was taken to the city morgue. The local coroner will be contacting you shortly to arrange the funeral. Here's his number in case you want to contact. Is there anything else
누가
that
울면
I can
살인이라고.
do for you?
No, I'll call you if something comes up. I'm still a bit.
Again, if there's anything we could do for you, then don't.
She just nods, distant and inconsolable.
I'll take it from here. Thank you.
We should step outside and talk.
보험 사기라고요? 비웃냐고요? 비웃은 게 아니라
So, the death notification.
He's avoiding your gaze. This is the time to say how sorry you are about how things went.
Well? No, it didn't. It's all right. Don't worry about it. I'll call the station when we're finished with the day and let them know the name of the deceased. There's not much we can do for them.
They have to.
That's it. We should get back to our case. And, officer, I've seen worse. This wasn't the worst I've seen, okay? Now let...
에휴 이런 그걸 또 실패가 떠가지고 공감 체크가 아휴 근데 남편의 부고 소식을 사망 사실을 전달하는 게 뭐 어떻게든 뭔가 이제 깔끔하고 전문적이고 뭔가 완벽하게 전달할 수는 없는 거죠. 누가 죽었다는 얘기를 하는 것 뿐인데 오히려 이게 좀 더 인간적이지 않을까. 여기서 정신력과 체력 아무것도 깎이지 않는다면 그것도 좀 이상한 일이긴 해. 딱한 사정인데. 맞아. 쿠노 아빠도 혼내줘야 되지.
A shabby door hangs oddly on its hinges, secured to the doorframe with
And the place comes with 3 months' worth of utility bill.
no response. The apartment numbers have fallen off the door, leaving the panel with a sticky. You'll need to equip the chain cutters to enter. Snip right through the metal. A shabby door hangs oddly on its hinges, secured to the doorframe with snip. The cutter goes through them like dead.
I know there's no stopping you, but let's at least make this quick.
가보자.
A phone book lies open on the table, covering a stack of utility bills. Right next to
빨대를 장착한 암페타민 한 병?
sits a small bottle
It's-
of amphetamine, conveniently.
Good.
The minuscule amount of amphetamine doesn't interest the lieutenant in the slightest. You pocket the bottle as if it were the
여긴가?
bundle of clothes heaped on the bed. A stain. In the dark, it looks like a nest. Something underneath there is your hand touches a greasy duvet covered in cigarette. It's deep in suffering. You see a 60-year-old fat red-headed man passed out from large. You don't have to take him down.
I'm afraid it is. Look, it moves.
And look, the other foot is camouflaged by stripes. A groan rises from the man's throat, dry like a death rattle.
Well,
The lieutenant's right. The man's unwashed hair bears a familiar ginger tone. Even the hair on his chest is coppery.
I think he's still quite bad. I mean, what he has done. This man won't be feeding his family anytime soon. Not that he was, but...
A pair of half-open bug eyes is staring back at you from the dark, empty.
Can't you tell? It happens to exceptionally committed substance abusers. Look, he's trying to communicate. What is there to do? We could turn him on his side so he doesn't choke on his own vomit, but he's already on his side. We could take him to Remedy or Saint-Baptiste, but he doesn't have money for medical service. They don't do charity for people who are trying to kill themselves. Besides...
Years. Monk the pile of blankets grunts miserably.
당신 약 내가 챙겼어요, 뭔가.
Silence. Only heat emanates from the sleeping body. The man groans once again, but his tongue keeps failing.
아, 적세판전 실패한다 그랬지.
Pick out the syllables.
아, 진짜.
Emerges from the blank and then falls back again, limp and defeated by sleep.
맞아, 적세판전 나 실패 중이지 지금. 아, 이런.
The aging alcoholic is still there, breathing.
까먹었네. 저거 들으면 뭐라고 했을까?
Kuno saw you wield that can. Sweet graffito action, pig. Kuno likes that delinquent shit. You're still a dink. Now what's your case with Kuno? Alright, so you got Kuno's kilo. Here is how we do it. That's how we split it. It's the best way. Street way. Word on the street is, you sent your little friend in dressed as a hooker. Just
Not a single muscle.
Kuno wants to hear all about it. But first we split the kilo, then we shoot the shit. Kuno knows what Kuno means.
Kuno means gram.
Wow, that's heavy. There you go. More than half in there. Kuno's fucking honorable like that.
There is no movement on the lieutenant.
Now tell me, how the fuck are you still alive, pig? The fuck do you know about Kuno's life?
Yeah, we got plans.
Yeah, you do some sambo shit, sneak in. Is the hooker thing real? What?
His posture changes. The
Fuck right. Kuno's dad was sleeping like a bum. Kuno told ya. Kuno's dad doesn't give a shit about anything. Fuck, you got lucky, pig. Kuno knew this. Kuno's fucking violent fiend dad's been drinking hard lately. Kuno knew you have a way in. Narrow window. Kuno window. Yeah, Kuno's dad is fucking nothing. Fucking coma shit, stroke shit. Kuno's gonna have one too. Gonna be just like Kuno's dad. Speed shit, crime shit.
Stop saying all this sad shit.
There's a touch of grief.
Fuck you talking sad? Kuno's got hard shit, death shit, nothing shit. Get your fucking nun ass out of here before Kuno fucks it dead. Kuno ain't turning into shit. Kuno is.
Kuno won! Oh, you won, Kuno!
He did not win. There is a crack in there now, and it's spreading across the face of his certainty.
Yeah, so fucking what? Fuck are you talking to Kuno about that kiddie shit?
He's trying to fuck.
Fuck out of here. Kuno knows it's fucking lame. That's why Kuno changed it. Kuno can change.
Don't change your name into that, Kuno.
Fuck right there, where? Fucking 3 years or some shit. Yeah, that's right. Kuno's dad doesn't give a shit about that electricity and light shit. Just wants to pound on people and drink. Fuck that shit. Kuno's gonna move underground. Let I out.
Yeah, in a tomb, Kuno.
Yeah, pig. This shit is done. Now get the fuck out of Kuno's face. Kuno doesn't fucking.
쿠노. 동시에 연구하자. 뭐야, 왜 자동 저장하지? 여기였던 것 같은데?
The trap stands empty amongst the
Fantastic.
locusts, dazed from. They're not really going to.
Good. Now that's done. When? Don't answer that. It was a rhetorical question.
All the traps are stopped. All the traps are stopped.
모로한테 보고하자고?
Waves are beginning to die down. Look at those little bastards. Simmer down. Simmer down.
제한 3%가 말이 돼? 씨, 너무하잖아. 여기 있네.
All the traps are stopped now. scattering of bullet holes is spread across the cracked wall, reaching from one. The man sees you approach.
Officers?
Mr. Villedroit,
The awkward silence that follows is yours to fill.
I must admit, I did not take you for a sightseer. Yes?
The man considers your
I accept your apology, officer. Out now. What brings you down to the coast? Well, that's très simple. I was visiting the fishing village just north of here. They have a... And then, well, I had some extra time on my hands, so I decided to stroll down here. It's quite peaceful, isn't it? Yes. There's nothing... Ah? Is that what those pockmarks are? I might have guessed. Fascinating.
You feel like there's something you could say here. If only you...
Ah bon? I'm all ears, officer. My friend, if it's la responsabilité you're after, the comité de responsabilité de Revachol, it acts as a...
Yes, this is just...
I would offer to connect you with the committee myself, but alas, I am not...
What? Where is he then? He's speaking figuratively. He means he's not in Martinez in his official...
Précisément. That's why it would be extremely irregular, or potentially even inappropriate for me to intercede with the committee concerning a district I'm not officially in. Yes, you've made your persistence quite clear.
No, you can't.
But if you have information of a vital interest, they might be willing to entertain an exception. In which case, I would advise you to contact them via Coalition Warship Archer. You see, in addition to being an airborne artillery platform, Coalition Warship Archer is also the lynch. And listening, it has the most objective vantage point in the entire... I find it a great comfort to know there are benevolent powers watching over all, in strict accordance with the Wayfarer Act and the Bristol-Mühne Convention. This is quite the problem. Very tricky. Of course, the Archer has orders to fire, but in that case, you would require a radio transmitter capable of broadcasting on Coalition frequencies. I suppose there might be some way to circuit bend your way onto those...
그것도
but
깜짝이.
you'd have to be one of those techno... Unfortunately not. No. I don't have the pleasure.
sounds like something that programmer will make.
프로그래머
Let
쓰나?
me just say that I have complete confidence in the... Always my pleasure to be of assistance to the RCA.
오케이. 프로그래머 쓰나한테 얘기를 하는 걸로. 뭐야 이 파란 차.
The light vanishes inside the concrete slit. The structure goes deep under
뭐야?
the earth. Maybe it's just a storm drain for the sewer. There's no echo.
No idea. Could be connected to one of the... We might find her down somewhere. There's an old storm drain system beneath my... In conclusion, she could be under any building. I hope not.
저기 말하는 거구나. 수나.
Yes, what is it? You're asking me to circuit bend onto a coalition radio frequency. The main difficulty will be finding an antenna powerful enough to reach those...
She's not joking. Even the RCM has to receive special...
I highly doubt it. That tower is barely able to... I don't see any alternative. We're just going to have to build the antenna ourselves. Yes, from a technical view. We need metal, a lot of it. The taller the structure, the better. Something that is both prominent and easily accessible. If it's near a power source, even better.
개념화 옷 좀 입고 오자. 이거 백색 판정이니까 적색 판정 아니니까 할만해. 개념화. 이거랑 이게 끝이네.
Yes, what is it?
성공했다.
Unfold your mental map of Martinez. Your eye follows the top. Beyond the uncanny, you turn around. The more
The dead king and his horse will need an adequate power supply and a great quantity of cable. If we connect the cables...
whatever ambivalence she had about your project before.
Quiet. I'm doing maths. It's completely ridiculous, but I believe we could transform the entire...
A note of awe in her voice.
Yes. Very likely the largest... I have plenty of cables and amplifiers on hand. The power supply, I will secure on my own. I cannot answer that for you, but I don't expect it to be. If you have real to spare, you might even be able to buy one.
And before you ask, no, you can't have the radio from Machinima.
Certainly, though it requires a fair amount of technical finesse to remove them. Frankly, it's not worth the bother. Just fine. Absolutely not. My range, that sounds like a perfectly adequate radio. In the meantime, I will gather the rest of the money.
Oh, hey man, it's good to see you. Goodbye, officer.
시도해볼 수 있는 게 많이 풀려있네. 다 해볼까?
Yes, what is it? No? Yes. No, you're right. What?
She has not seen her, sire.
Yes, what is it? I brought them here. Great. The swallow, you mean? What about it? Great. Thanks.
옷으로는 안 뜨네. 공감이나 한번 해볼까? 성공했어.
From her touch and heavy as a brick from the batteries inside. The company logo, Omicron, adorned. She looks you in the eye, her pupils wide, surrounded by a ridiculous amount of makeup. Your words echo through the hall. It's real. Tell her.
What is? Okay, I'll stick to it. So thanks, I guess, for the psych session. Maybe I can return it. What's beneath? Come on, I can tell. But okay, be a boyadero about it if you want to. What is it? Oh, really? So, the thing that's been eating you is the slow pace of social progress? Okay, so you're not that upset. Uh-huh. And you're sure it's social
Perhaps.
Go ahead.
오케이. 레나한테 보고하고 그다음에는 흑사 판정 뭐였더라? 아네트 제안, 르네 안으로 평정, 스테인글레스 시각화 해볼까? 시각화 하고 갈까? 윌리안 제안, 메시의 경찰 정신. 아니 이건 왜 이 모양이야? 시각화 한번 해보자.
The mother of humanism stands above you. Why? That does seem to be a problem. Maybe you meant, I don't know. What are we thinking of? The mother of humanism towers above you. A waxed nothing. Just the edge of the crack sparkles in the dark. There may have been
72%인데 실패하네. 적색 판정도 아닌데. 진짜 둘 다 시대볼까? 경찰정신이랑 제한? 어차피 백사 판정이니까 실패해도 또 시도할 수 있으니까 그게 낫겠다. 가보자. 제한부터 해보자.
spirits are beginning to die down. Look at those little bastards. Simmer down. Simmer down, bastards.
아, 팀 피치를 하기 때문에 안 돼. 경찰 정신.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? More lessons in basic reality? My favorite part of the day. Go ahead, ask me anything.
It remains
Ah,
a mystery what you mean by this.
Glad to have been of assistance. The little Oh? A takeover? Taking it.
Green livery, shaped like a cancer of the...
Then we're talking about a war. Everett needs to let me into the harbor at once. We need to talk about this. An insane goal. Cronell has 1,000 men on their payroll.
I've seen the Union's forces. They are better organized. It will take more than Connell to wipe them out. The Wild Pines will need to send... I am sure you have the money. The question is, how many...
What do you suggest I do? Everything affects the decision.
Officer?
Of course. Your job is to clean up after them. What will I do?
Her arms falter.
Did I ever tell you how they discovered this Isola? During our reality lowdown. It may be the only break we've ever caught as a species. The nations who colonized this Isola called theirs Muindi, the world. It was all they knew, all they thought would be. That there would be something. The Pale was thought to be impregnable, perpetual. Irene la Navigateur, the Queen of Suren, sent 8 expeditions, one after the other, into the mass at the edge of the world. It was anything but normal. There was no precedent, until after years of trial and error, and the development of a strict psychological regime.
Called Volta Doma, or returned from...
The 8th expedition returned sane and intact. They told of a new continent of matter. They told the Queen and her counselor, Dolores Day, that the slowly raining down until it formed.
The air is cold and scent.
The phenomenon has never again been encountered. For a time, the crew thought they were experienced, but they could not. They were sane and conscious, as islands began to appear on the horizon. There are
You've thought it a million times.
a total shift in human comprehension of reality. On the second day, a great skua was shot down above the flood. 4 years later, the Queen's counselor was proclaimed Her Innocence Dolores Day, the elected world spirit. The age of humanism, internationalism, and parliamentary rule followed. We were high. On Caillou, the Pebble, the largest of the fertile, uninhabited islands of the northeast, the first living, autonomous organism. Proof of reality. It's the symbol of Insulinde, detective. The coat of arms of the suzerain and the wings on the nations of Mundi proceeded to discover 5 more Isolae. Or they discovered us, but these others weren't uninhabited. We had to kill people there. Wipe out indigenous populations, gunboat economies. There was no one but the skua, the Liliat Sea, and the Blood Beach, and the River Esperance. It was the new world. The Mondials used it to amass the Great Revolution, poverty, and the mercurial rise of... I will surrender Terminal B to the Union.
노즈를 터미널에 넘긴다고?
She puts her hand in.
We will see.
Ma'am, this may well unravel property law this side of the river. If that occurs, we may never see the end of this kind of confrontation. The next time there will be 2 strikes, then 4, then 100.
그니까 이거를 넘기면 다른 터미널도 그러면 우리도 해줘 이럴 텐데.
What happens will happen.
일어나는 거라.
The age of capital has only begun. I will talk to my employers in person. We will amputate and cauterize Martinez. If you handle the situation on the ground. Yes, Mr. Clare has a 2-month head start. I can't let it grow any bigger. And I've exhausted all my options from here.
저색판도 실패하잖아. 아, 이런 생각 때문에.
Keep the peace, and I will keep...
How far along is pronounced?
The confrontation is imminent. As your investigation...
떠나면 어떡해, 얘.
So does theirs. Protect their targets. Violence soon. I do not know precisely. One last thing, Lieutenant Dubois. I've given the matter much thought and come to this conclusion. I know, because I too am insane. I just hide my illness better. No, detective.
Don't worry, madame.
I'm overexposed, baby. My trap.
She would die to return to it. The pale.
The same strict psychological regimen the 8th Admiral developed when he crossed the Pale and discovered this Isola.
You could use a little of it yourself.
아, 젠장. 적색 판정이라 퍼센트 높은데 시도를 못해. 저 불확실한 세상 연구하고 있어가지고.
Watch out for yourselves. They will strike soon.
아, 말도 안
The
돼.
lieutenant watches her boat grow slowly. The sails turn.
에이. 교착 상태는 해결됐는데 결국에는 더 큰 골칫거리의 시작이구만. 이제는 저 용병들이 대치하고 있는 재판이 문제가 아니야. 르네 아누르랑 아네트 평전.
The purity of snow always reminds me of the purity of a man's soul, if he's got principles.
As Rene turns from you to his partner and back. 2. The larger one is shaped like a crowned head in front of 2 crossed rifles. A small blue star inside an orange.
For bravery.
It's a conflicted topic for the old veteran. There must have been a number of controversial episodes in his service days.
For doing my duty in the heat of battle, for looking my mortality in the eye, when men...
He saved some muddy princeling who foolishly strolled into the front line in his gown of velvet and gold.
It was on the first months of the revolution here in Revachol. Henri, King Frisel, thought he could end it all in one decisive strike. Sent his cousin, alas, the young Drisson was all piss and no vinegar, wearing a tunic of purple velvet and cockatiel feathers to battle. Even his rifle was gold-plated, shone from 5 clips.
You can. It's very... He really despises.
Purple velvet tunic. That is...
To keep the long and bloody story short, Drisson marched us against the partisans in Coron. And when I say marched, I mean made us... The rebels were smart. They let us come real close before opening fire. Suffice to say, it was cow. I got shot in the left shoulder and went down. Just a flat. Then his horse, driven mad by the noise and smell of gunpowder, stepped on my leg.
Hang on to the story. Veterans get sentimental after such retellings. This might yield something useful.
I grabbed my sidearm and
Capitaine Arnaud.
The bane of...
When I came to, it was all over. It was just me and Jolas Tresson, gurgling in the blood. The Dink had taken numerous flesh wounds and lost a lot of blood. But despite missing his jaw, he seemed hesitant to die. Tougher than he looked, that one. So I grabbed the Dink and started crawling. Kept going until through some miracle, we both survived. And the jealous freak convinced Frisel to give me a medal for not leaving. He was the commanding officer and I was on duty. Just doing my job. Shouldn't hand out medals for that.
You sense he's downplaying it. He did a lot more than his duty. More than anyone's duty. It's in his spine, in his billowing breasts, and
Because he was a goddamn dandy. Had no business leading men or even being on. Royal blood alone doesn't make army commanders. He was a stupid kid, only interested in horses, hairstyles, and man-loving.
Whoa, man-loving? Is that even a word? The old carabiniers.
What Monseigneur Modesty is not telling you is that he crawled up and that even while crawling with mangled half-dead...
Is that pride in his voice? It's deep down, but maybe even unbeknownst to the man himself, it's there.
Sorry, officer, but you're reading me all wrong. I'm a man of peace, and this kind... How did you find the story to be, officer?
Bon Dieu. You and Gaston must be red.
Maybe, but also bear in mind, officer. Oh no, you have to get shot. Repeat.
Do not speak of what you know nothing about, Outrun. Duty. Bah! There were many such stories in those days. Many such...
Oh yes, René, yes. Men were bigger, girls were...
I'm not getting into this with you again.
You should try to come up with a heroic story of your own. Impress this old soldier.
연극? 이게 잘 될까?
The purity of snow always reminds me of the purity of a man's soul. If...
Unfortunately,
실패했네.
there doesn't seem to be anything worth mentioning among your achievements. You should resort to good old lying. But of course, sire. Looks like they're waiting for you to speak.
젠장. 아네트 체야. 상태로 가보자.
Hi, Ace Detective. Are you here for more books?
You have
아,
absolutely
또 실패했어.
familiar?
미쳐버려.
Hello, dear. Thank you for doing it.
Her smile is wary. Earlier,
Morel still isn't feeling well. I convinced him to stay at Gary's to get some rest. I'm afraid the cold has really gotten to him. Yes. Field work.
her voice is shaky.
Morel will eventually, or we'll talk.
The lieutenant stares at his shoe, caked in mud. He doesn't say anything.
That really is too much, sweetie.
Very strange. Why is she not letting you do this? It's like she's given.
Different? How? I'm not. It's a strange feeling. Do you ever wonder if some lovely story from your childhood is just that?
Hunching her shoulders now. She seems even smaller than she is.
Seeing the Insulindian phasmid was just a story I used to tell people. I didn't really think about whether it was. Morel's so proud of it.
A terrible sting in the heart. Regret.
No, sweetie. There's more to it than that. Morel was so eager to believe that I'm some queen of the cryptozoologists. That. And for you. But now, we're both getting old, and he's still working himself sick out in those reeds looking for it. But what if I was just wrong? I think I was.
이것도 약간 제가 최근에 본 영화 중에 이제 유로비전 코로나 때문에 취소돼가지고 특집으로 나온 영화가 있는데 넷플릭스에서 봤는데 거기도 어릴 때 아바 보고서 유로비전에서 우승한다는 꿈을 이제 갖고서 중년이 지나도록 뭔가 이제 음악만 계속하고 그래서 음악적으로 뭔가 성공한 것도 아니고 그리고 뭐 결혼해서 애가 있는 것도 아니고 뭔가 사회적인 기준을 볼 때는 이제 루저, 패배자라고 볼 만한 그런 이제 주인공이 나오는데 물론 의뢰 이런 작품들을 보면 마지막에 이제 그래도 나름의 어떤 해피엔딩으로 끝나는데 스포를 좀 할 수도 있는 부분이 있는데 결말부터 얘기하자면 그렇게 막 모든 게 완벽하게 이루어지지는 않아요. 별 차이는 없어요. 그렇게 마지막에 보면 아시겠지만 그래도 일련의 어떤 사건으로 나름의 그 깨달음이라든지 뭔가 이제 여러 가지의 어떤 변화가 있긴 한데 유로비전이라는 영화를 한번 보는 것도 나쁘지 않을 것 같아요. 심심풀이. 최근에 나온 영화 중에서는 그래도 괜찮은 그런 편 중에 하나라고 생각을 해서 노래도 되게 재밌고 좋고요. 그리고 코미디다 보니까 가볍게 보기도 좋고 그리고 그 주연 배우 나오는 영화는 대부분 다 이제 그 제 취향이더라고요. 그 주연 배우 영화 중에 그 엘프 영화도 하나 있었는데 그것도 재밌고 약간 유로비전이랑도 뭔가 이제 조금 연결이 있다고 해야 되나? 뭐 하여간에 레나가 어렸을 때 그 경험했던 그 인슐린 대 대벌레에 대한 그런 이제 목격담을 모렐한테 얘기해서 모렐이 이제 그 확신이 없었지만 꿈을 이제 그 이루기 위해서 그 레나의 어떤 목격담에서 원동력을 얻어서 이 노년까지도 갈대밭에서 직접 이제 그 열정을 가지고 연구하는 그런 미화기 동물 학자인데 레나는 지금 이제 나이도 많이 먹고 옛날 같지 않고 지치다 보니까 혹시나 이 모든 그 평생을 바쳤던 꿈을 쫓았던 그 나의 남편의 그 열정에 대해서 뭔가 이제 나의 어떤 어린 시절에 그 진짜 없으면 어쩌지? 내가 그 했던 경험담이 사실은 나의 어떤 그 착각이나 망상이었다면 그렇다면은 이 남편의 어떤 그 꿈은 어떻게 되는 거지? 우리의 관계는 어떻게 되는 거지? 유로비전에서도 이제 그 소꿉친구 어릴 때부터 같이 성장한 그리고 그 주인공을 좋아하는 그런 이제 여주인공이 나오는데 되게 비슷한 서사인 것 같아요. 이 그 미학연 동물학자 부부와 그리고 유로비전의 그 어떤 그 여주인공과 주인공의 관계가 되게 이제 비슷한 부분이 많은 것 같고 물론 그런 서사는 굉장히 흔한 서사긴 한데
The lieutenant opens his notebook, but he's hiding. These things are tough on him. Matters of love, not violence or deceit.
팀 키츠라기는 폭력이나 사기도 아닌 사랑이 벅차서 숨고 있군. 나 적색 판정 실패하는데 지금 말하면 안 되겠다.
A true believer. Sometimes I still see it too. The real either way, I should go. Poor Morel is running
이제 가야 돼?
and I need to get him home to Jamrock before we overstay our welcome with Gary. Oh no, thank you, but I can get there on my own. This old thing is gas-powered.
Really?
Oh, sweetie. Please don't get stuck on a dream. Take it from me and Morel.
꿈에 빠져 살지 말라. 모래를 보고 타산지석을 삼아라.
No one can stop you from finding the phasmid.
Okay, it's 11.
A sigh. She doesn't think you'll need it.
You too, sweetie. Thank you for everything, truly.
A waste of time. A lie. A fool's hope. Say her lip like that. She drives off. The guest is quietly as she gets to the doors, then pushes them open. Outside,
어떠니까?
cold, coastal.
We should go to.
Somewhere out there, a kilometer to the southeast, a gust of wind shakes the felled building, rattling dusty windows.
패드 건물 가라는 거네. 난 아직 가고 싶지 않아. 루비와 만나기 전에 할 게 너무 많이 있어. 작동하는 송수신기. 그리고 노래도 불러야 돼. 오는 밤. 총도 찾고 노래도 부르고 할 게 너무 많아. 루비도 만나야 될까? 잘 모르겠어. 금요일 밤에 만나고 싶어.
The payphone hangs mutely on the wall. There isn't much. A common office radio, like any of...
There's usually a little switch somewhere.
The lock disengages with a nice click. There's nothing obviously remarkable about it. It's about...
You've surprised me more than once during the course of our investigation. But
with its transceiver gone.
일단은 얻었어.
The file cabinets, the drawers...
홍수신기 얻었고
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge.
This is Precinct 50. Just a second. Sylvie Malin. Yes. Hello? Oh, great. What?
You hear the...
Anything else I can help you with, officer? Just a moment.
10-4, come in. 10-4, sir, glad to hear that. I'll write down that there is no need to issue a new one to you then. Roger that, 10-10, over and out.
In your hands, you hold, indeed. The book is you flip through the book. The page, the back cover is dominant. She can't be much older than a myth. In cold, detached prose, the author is... The Yugo-Grad riots took place from 27 to 29. As ethnic tensions run wild, a pair of... It would physically hurt you to keep reading. Are you They go through a brief and somewhat awkward love affair. And he toils through the daily drudgery at the Lenka Polyfabricate. Happiness. She spends the next several decades standing at a conveyor in a Sosnovo fish processing plant. The memory of their short time spent together tortures the former lovers ceaselessly until the end of their days. As life leaves their remains between the soil sheets, their final thoughts are filled with...
쉐신.
In your hand, you hold Dick Mullen and the cover features a pastiche of different scenes. The tagline reads, Detective Dick Mullen must prove his innocence.
Are you really reading that, detective? Good luck finding it. He's not much of a character, I think you'll find. Just a stand-in for the reader.
The story opens with a knock at the door. Spillane needs Mullen to drive him in from Vespa to a small town along the Insulindian coast. Despite his friend's apparent, 2 days later, Mullen is arrested by the Vespa police and charged with a murder. Desperate to clear his name, Mullen manages to convince the Vespa police to release him for 3 days so that Mullen may solve his friend. Of course, Mullen didn't do it. That's the whole premise of the book. Anyway, Mullen returns to the seaside bar where Spillane was murdered and meets. Deneuve reveals that she was Spillaine's lover, and that he was mixed up with it. Not only is the local police captain in on the amphetamine ring, so is the son of a powerful politician and a strong outwardly. The old police captain is a real law and order crypto-fascist, a barrel-chested man who's beaten his shit. He would certainly have the motive and the means, but the captain walks with a noticeable limp from an old war in a typical privileged twat. In all likelihood, he's just in over his head. He does bear a personal grudge against Spillane. The kid doesn't exactly have Dick Mullen's manly build, but he is the correct height. And while interrogating, Torvald, the art collector, is a strung-out mess. Frankly, it's hard to imagine him holding a pistol steady enough. That said, Torvald and Spillane have a long history, and while interrogating him, Mullen discovers that one evening, Deanna Deneuve comes to Mullen's hostel room in tears. The two of them drink half a bottle of vodka. As the two lovers share a post-coital cigarette, they always aim for the center of whatever it is. Mullen never hears the words. A blow to the base of his skull knocks him out cold instantly. When Mullen comes to, Deneuve is dead on the hostel bed next to him. To make matters worse,
씨발아 씨발.
Mullen trashes his blood-stained clothes and flees the hostel, knowing it's only a matter of the heat is on. If Dick Mullen can't solve both murders before, can you solve the case before the cops close in? What is it, detective? It's a dangerous line of work, but somebody has. There was never a time when he wasn't a detective. He was. Dick Mullen was made to crack skulls and solve. You're no tiger though, Harry. For a moment, you cease to read the story on the page and see the book for what it is. A collection of brittle, cheaply printed pages. You won't find the answers you're looking for here, in other words. Is it really so evil, detective? Like what? Do you even have those? Just make sure you don't lose. But then, what does this book know? It's just a poorly made piece of pulp garbage made to be consumed. So, who did it, detective? Who killed Charlie Spillane and Deanna Deneuve? Have you been paying attention at all? It wasn't Mullen. You begin furiously flipping through pages. Even as you know these books follow a series of well-worn tropes, you try to grab the pages as they come loose, but your fingers aren't quick enough.
실패했네.
They're gone. Dozens of pages scatter across the ground. The last fifth or so of the book seems to have been lost.
Ah, yes. The problem with mass-market paperbacks. Perhaps this is a sign that you should get back to solving your own.
In your hand, you hold 4/5 of Dick Mullen and the mistaken.
아 진짜.
There's truly no point, if you insist. The story opens. Spillane needs Mullen to drive him in from Vespa to a small town. 2 days late, desperate to clear his name, Mullen manages to convince the...
What's the matter, detective?
The lieutenant shrugs, resigned to the... Of course, Mullen didn't do it. And not just any dame. Secrets are the current. Your secrets are unknown, even unto you. Deneuve reveals, not only is the local police captain in on the amphetamine ring, so is the son of a powerful Torvald, the art collector, is a strung-out mess. That said, Torvald and Spillane have a long history, and while interrogating him, a typical privileged twat, in all likelihood, he's just... The kid doesn't exactly have Dick Mullen's manly build, but he is the correct height. And while interrogating him, outwardly, the old police captain is a real law and order crypto. He would certainly have the motive and the mean. One evening, Deanna Deneuve comes to as the two lovers share. Always aim for this. Whatever it is, Mullen never hears the words. Who can you trust in this wicked, messed up world? The lieutenant gives you a quizzical. When Mullen comes to, Mullen trashes it. The heat is on, and you'll never know what happens, because the rest of the book. What makes you think this isn't the final Dick Mullen case? How do you know this isn't the final case? In your hand, you hold 4/5 of Dick Mullen.
아 이걸 놓쳐가지고 진짜.
In your hand, you hold 4/5. greatest innocent. Browsing through your educational survey is done. That's the spirit. Here we go. Oh yeah, this is what I was made for. A pop quiz is a short examination. Dolores Day. Dolores. Incorrect. Dolores Day was the innocence of humanism. Her colors are silver, white, and apricot. And when you think her name, Dolores, steer clear of this one. A strange sensation of... Yes, the quiz is impersonal. No need to rouse sensations. Incorrect. Sola was elected during... Sola resigned after an assassination attempt by a Yugo nationalist. Correct. Nothing much is known about him. It's not even clear that he was a he. But Franco Negro, as the first innocence, he declared that there should be more of those. Question 2. Easy. Everybody knows the answer to this. You, me, and innocence is the highest category of historical personage in the world. I can do better. Okay, so commonly an innocence doesn't. Great, Dolores. Correct. Named the innocence of militarism. He codified hereditary rule. Franco Negro attempted to solve the rising tensions between the aristocracy. At question 3, got it under control. No problem. Solid on this one. Yes, there exists a group called the Founding. There seems to be a mix-up. At least it clearly wasn't Dolores Day. She wouldn't be false. She's beautiful. Incorrect. Stepan the Despicable, regent of Kedra, was a ruler who... Correct. There have been a number of counter or false innocences, some assumed to have innocence. The most famous and important of these was Erenau. Final stretch. You've come so far and learned so much.
돌레스
This is
되겠지.
the most important one. Question. I've got it. Honest. Of course, this is my thing. The reason I exist in this world. The correct answer is 0 doubts. Correct. The Mesk might
백과사전이 쓸모없는 거.
the father of nations, but as of this century, there's been a great shift in attitude to everything from inter-esolary travel to the connected world to 3 consecutive. Congratulations on finishing a C.
C?
Vaguely passable. You would have done better if you just left Dolores Day for the end.
What's going on with you? Okay.
You are shouting at an inanimate object. The greatest innocence. By browsing through the book again, you still have your educational survey is done. Did you catch any of that? No. Oh, it seems rather oh yeah, this is what I was made for. Correct. Nothing as the first question to easy. Everybody knows the answer. Correct. Franco Negro. Question got it under control. No problem. Solid. Correct. The most famous final stretch. I've got it. Honest. Correct. Everything from congratulate an A. Or you really navigated some treacherous waters here. The lieutenant is yeah, sure. It's so much easier when
지금 몇 시지?
it's the legend
21시네.
trash. A pitiful cabbage of white and yellow papers hanging from plastic board, barely held together by a metal clip. There's a piece of toilet paper. It's a metaphor for you. It's the legend. Oh, and the cool piece of toilet paper.
지금은 안 돼.
Hardcore aesthetic.
하드코어도.
Oh yes, drugs. We're talking about drugs. Let's face it.
인내
These
위협.
plantations, the precarious
불확실한 세상. 적색 판정할 수 있다 이제. 보너스가 뭐냐?
how not to lose.
대성공 대실패기준 1위 나지.
Impossible not to. The world is balanced on the edge of a knife. It's a game of frayed nerves. You're pushed on by homosexual underground. Maybe you should
성에 대한
stop
강박관념을
considering
그만.
your own and other people's sexuality feels like it's about time.
쓸모 있는 건가? 인슐린대의 기적. 마지막은 이걸로 하자. 생각이 좀 많이 있긴 해. 노래 일단 부르자. 21시니까 노래 부르면은 저기 짝짝새 만날 수 있겠네.
Hey.
Well, well. Bringing in that new bird sure made a difference in his attitude.
No, you don't.
He tries not to look at you. It's dangerous to acknowledge the karaoke man.
By causing more trouble. The whirling doesn't need more sad style. That's one of the styles it can do. The whirling's not a charity or a musical. It's for no one. It's a prop. I'm not letting anyone use. A lot of people got killed because some arsehole wanted to. Okay, yes, it's for some clients. Ha! Well, we don't.
He's lying. But whatever, you don't really need is the man in the vest and the violet shirt.
Fine, fine. Climb on that stage and do your thing.
I'm having it uninstalled, he mumbles to himself. The stage is all. You feel a little.
So, are you ready for your thing now?
연극.
Let me know when I should.
연극. 잠깐. 해보자.
The stage is all set up for your performance. Feels silent. You can hear the pellets creak under your feet. You feel a little.
So, are you ready for your thing now? Let me know when I should turn on the karaoke carousel.
92%인데? 거의 성공 아니야? 성공했어.
Someone dims the lights as the music
오케이, 오케이.
starts. Okay, here we go.
I would often go there to the tiny church there. The smallest church in Saint-Saëns, though it once was larger. How the real may rest there, down through the mist there, toward the Seven Sisters, toward those pale cliffs there. I would often stay there, in that tiny yard there. I have been so glad here, looking forward to the past here. But now You are all alone. None of this matters. No, none of this matters at all.
Oh shit.
A lazy player's forced. You feel like the ship disappears from the The lieutenant doesn't say anything. He's incapable of blushing. But if he were...
Good, good. Are we ready? I want to imply...
Last words?
뿅뿅.
Ah, smallest church in Saint-Saëns, right? Cool. Now, what can I do for you?
I see you found yourself a little something. You can keep it. I don't mind. I can appreciate beauty when I see it. Is it now? Well, bye-bye, gendarme.
The Coppernado is back. What do you want? Yeah? What? Anything else you want, Cop?
Yes? Okay. Great. Imagine all the time you'll have for work now. What? You didn't stop at all, did you? But am I? I'll spare you another 20-hour mine project. Yes, I am. Now let's get back to work.
That's the truth.
진짜?
Yes?
캐치라기. 이런 걸 이렇게.
What about me? No.
Your brain sends the signal to your lips, but they refuse the order. The eyebrow, it's like you're locked.
Something the matter.
What's going on?
얘기를 절대 안
The
해주는구만.
lieutenant relaxes his eyebrow, and you seem to regain control of yourself.
Good. Let's change the subject. Excuse me? You have a distinctive way of walking. I hope you don't take this the wrong way. It's just a collegiate. They say it's a scene clear.
Yes, but containers contain. He simply nods.
돌아가자. 교회로 돌아가자. 교신 한번 해볼까? 저남이랑?
not the most advanced model.
No further comment.
I believe that means we're ready to get started. I should warn you, so if there's anything you'd like to get in order before we depart, I suggest you do it now. Ah, yes. I wasn't sure what to do about that, but then I discovered Oh, yes. I just noticed that my intention is to run a power cable from the engine up to the... That's up to you. At a minimum, I would make sure you are physically...
At the very least, you should make sure you're wearing a good pair of gloves.
Radio engineers typically carry overpriced solvent sprays to clean the... And finally, there's the question of stimulants. Some people prefer to keep legal amphetamines on hand to help with their work. I'm not one of them, but they do exist.
암모니아 없는데.
I don't take them because they make me nauseous. But very good.
Back across the water now. At least.
If you'll please carry that amplifier, officer, and if you'll take that spool of cable.
그래, 한번 가보자. 뭐 하는 건지. 어차피 짭짭새는 새벽 2시까지 기다리는 거니까 새벽 2시부터 시간이 안 흐르거든. 그래서 이걸로 시간이 많이 흘러도 상관없을 듯. 거기까지 이걸 연결한 거야? 대박이네. 진짜네. 와우, 쉣. 허허. 아, 안녕하세요. 청성콩 찰떡 앙금 통 오빠님 반갑습니다.
It's done. I believe it.
We're ready to try at least. Please put on these headphones. There should be 2 extra sets. You will need to transmit your connection request while I attempt to locate the warship's public frequency. You will likely encounter some interference. Then it will be exactly like every other moment of every other day. Good. Beginning transmission.
안경 낀 사람 누구 닮았다고요? 백범 김구 선생님 닮았나요? 그거 약간 인종 차별적인 발언 아닌가? 김재동? 아니겠죠. 농담입니다. 김재동 씨 닮았다고요? 어허. 네, 그러네요.
The lieutenant nervous for who though?
Try again, officer.
Perhaps you're simply imagining it, but it seems as though you're learning to pull apart the fibers of this.
나온다.
You can't make out a word of this gibberish. The rustling of dry autumn leaves, waves.
It's crosstalk. In all likelihood, they can't hear you. Again?
It's gone now. Mention what? I didn't say anything.
아무 말 안 했다고? 뭐지?
Someone has been maintaining it.
An uncomfortable silence.
It's been a long winter. Long and cold. I promise you I didn't.
뭐지?
Though it certainly sounds like it.
I can't say with certainty, but it sounds very much like anthroponetic.
Ah, yes, of course.
Outwardly, they both exude calm.
Natürlich halten wir die Psychologen für... What else is there to do? Keep trying.
But someone has been maintaining it. The wiring has been repaired.
됐다.
The signals are getting increasingly.
됐다.
Plucking up.
It's not working. The crosstalk is simply too strong. I did not expect simply locating this. We must consider several variables. Look, our transceiver is perfect, and we're also unlikely to change our local anthroponetic conditions. So, you need to climb up there and look at them for yourself.
someone has been maintained.
Something about this setup seems dimly familiar, but you'll be damned if you know what.
뭐야, 미래의 음성을 뭐 들은 거야 우리가? 창백을 통해서? 창백의 5차원 공간?
Then you might break your neck.
와, 씨. 쉣. 킴 키츠라기가 했던 얘기가 나중에 하는 얘기인데 교신 중에 혼선으로 미리 들은 거야? 창백은 참 으스스하네. 잘 올라간다.
Your gloves give you a solid grip on the metal bar. You don't exactly cut a lithesome figure, but after several moments,
기도 오는데.
you manage to hoist yourself atop the monument.
말배 문질문질이야. 뒷발굽에 차여서 그대로 그냥 즉사.
That performance was frankly an embarrassment.
You're doing all right, detective.
킴 키츠라기가 보고 있었어.
The connection itself is nothing more than a little braid of exposed wire. The whole monument is covered in a thin but durable layer of oil and grime.
알코올?
It takes a few moments, but the alcohol.
Is this really the time?
It's all right, Lieutenant. He's simply...
Once the oils have been dissolved,
It seems to have made... Short of changing the shape of the antenna, I'm not sure. Ideally, narrow the receiving mode so that we can isolate the worst. What do you mean? You adjust the antenna now. I'm afraid we're out of...
she's right. The responsibility is yours, and yours alone. There's no turning back.
반물체적 편견. 쉣.
You are face to face with this faithful steep. The sky is open. You turn to the east, but a few of the idle lorry drivers and strike breakers. She yells a single word.
적색 판정인데 이걸 실패하면 수신 못하는데 옷도 조작 능력으로 다 입진 못했는데 장갑밖에 없는데 제발 실패했네. 오, 홀리 몰리 망했어. 목 없는 기수로 만들어버렸어. 목 없는 기수가 아니라 그 목 없는 말을 탄 기수구나.
She's right.
Damn it. I'm going to push the power.
A maelstrom of sound. Swirling.
이런 진짜.
It's too much. Your eardrums are throbbing.
A long winter.
그래, 얘가 하는 말이 와닿았어.
And then
Try it now. This is worship archer.
확인했다.
This is the best we can do. I should
there is so much you wish you could ask.
한두 개?
be advised that you're speaking on a public frequency. What is your request? Acknowledge. To reach the committee, all you need, if the liaison accepts your request, you will be invited to address the committee at the
7월에 예정돼 있다.
We believe the next hearing is scheduled for July.
장난 전화?
We're afraid that we cannot transfer you to the committee because we are not entrusted with that responsibility. We're here, Lieutenant. This line of argument is quite pointless. You should abandon it.
Not a problem. They typically respond within a few weeks.
제발. 성공했어. 쉣.
It may have been. Now, take a deep breath. Look upward. You don't.
What?
There's a hesitation in her voice now. A little catch that wasn't there before.
Lieutenant Dubois, this is a very serious claim.
There's papers rustling in the background. There. You've wedged your foot in the door. Now, if you can show the coalition how much they're needed, they'll have no choice but to intervene.
Yes? What else? We have it. Is there anything else the committee...
Detective, before you answer that, I urge you to weigh your words extremely carefully.
We're afraid we must ask you to...
Her tone has shifted. She's no longer hers. She's reading from a script. Your words have activated some sort of procedure.
Never mind that. All you need...
Do as she says. There's...
Acknowledge. Listen very carefully, Lieutenant. We're going to ask you a few... Good. First question. Are you currently in the vicinity of Surrey, the North Arcade Islands, or near Pale Offshore Platform? Very good. Next question. Would you describe the phenomenon...
What she means is, actually, you have no...
Answer the question, please. Next question. At the time, did... Yes. Examples may include sound, memory, light. Final question.
There's no need to...
We repeat. Were you alone?
You hear the sound.
Thank you, Lieutenant. Please stand by.
오, 쉣.
I'm not sure how much longer I can keep the signal clear, officer.
Lieutenant Dubois, this is Collision Worship Art. Thank you for standing by. We are authorized to report the committee.
수락했다고?
They would like you to address your matter to the committee directly.
직접 발하길 원한다.
Local matters can wait. Collision Shuttle Laurel is set in a course for your position.
일로 온다고?
To the southwest.
안녕하세요. 반갑습니다.
The minor constellation
진짜로?
Coalition Shuttle Laurel.
진짜 와?
Adjusts his microphone.
What now? You've accomplished your side task. You've contacted Coalition Warship. Is whether we are about to lose you to the moral intern.
정상적이고 합리적인 선택지가 없다는 느낌에 질려버렸어. 난 걱정됐기. 네, 김씨예요.
Detective, each of us has our part to play in the world. My part is to solve crimes. I am under, but I embrace it because it's my role, and it's yours too, detective. Whether you accept it or
The lieutenant's final words are nearly swallowed by the roar of the...
Lieutenant Dubois, this is Collision Worship Archer. We have been instructed to inform
왔다고?
you that the law...
No shit. How are they supposed to hear?
Thank you. The Committee of Responsibility for Rebel has authorized us to offer you an immediate extraction. Do you accept?
뭐야? 타면 어떡해? 나 그러면 엔딩이야?
Point, Lieutenant. There is only one question now.
The roundabout. Martinez North. The programmer eyes you, curious. Whatever her misgivings about the coalition, the fact is that you've summoned. The lieutenant looks up toward you. There is something. A whisper.
잠깐만.
Circulating among the city's footnoted alleyways and along its electric.
아니 잠깐. 이걸 승선해야 돼? 승선하지 말아야 돼? 승선하면 엔딩이잖아. 잠깐만. 아직 난 살인사건을 해결하지 못했고, 그리고 곁다리 인물들이 많이 남아있는데, 이 기회가 아니면 근데 비공정에 타볼 수가 없어. 어떻게 해야 되는 거지? 킴 키츠락이 널 저버리고 내가 이 살인사건을 뒤로하고 비공정에 타도 될까? 하지만 난 창백에 대해 알려야 되고, 그리고 그 살인사건을 해결한다고 해서 그 뒤에 있는 와일드 파인즈와 이 에브라트의 알력 다툼을 어떻게 할 수가 없어. 에라 모르겠다.
Laurel has initiated the extraction procedure.
Marianne hat mir erzählt, dass Oscar nicht mehr derselbe ist, seit er auf einem Luftschiff
뭐라는 거야?
zurückge...
헐.
Weeks later, no answers about.
헐. 잠깐만. 언제부터 저장이 된 거지? 아, 씨. 이 멍청한, 이 결말이란 말이야? 젠장. 불안하더라니만. 저장이 어디서부터 된 거지, 그러면? 노래 부르고 나서부터 된 건가?
Smallest church in St. Saul's, right? Cool. Now,
아, 얘한테 말 걸고 21시. 아, 나 바본가 봐. 뭐 한 거냐고. 그 다음에 그래도 다행이다. 저장이 저기서 한번 돼가지고. 다시 한번 해보자. 와, 진짜 그냥 엔딩 돼버리네. 그럴 것 같긴 했는데. 가차 없구나.
Yes, what is it? Ah, not the most.
No.
I believe that means we're ready. So if there's anything you'd like to get in order before we depart, very good.
Back at close.
If you'll please carry that amplifier, officer. And if you'll take that spool of cable, we should be able to move it all in one trip.
어쨌든 이 이벤트를 마치고 가야 돼야 경험치를 더 얻으니까. 으악, 젠장. 그놈의 호기심 때문에 엔딩 볼 것 같긴 했는데. 아니야.
And now
It's done.
we're ready to try at least. Please put on these headphones. There should be 2 extras. You will need to transmit your connection request while I attend to... Good. Go ahead, officer.
Is the lieutenant nervous for...
Try again,
Perhaps. You can't make out a word of this gibberish.
Again.
It's clear now.
Mention I didn't.
Someone has...
And uncomfortable.
It's been a long winter.
I promise you I did.
I can't say...
Ah, yeah.
Outward.
Natürlich halten wir die Psychologen.
What else is...
But someone...
The signal.
Some work. I did... We must arm and we're also... You need to...
Someone has.
Something about this setup seems dim.
Then you might break your...
해보자. 해보자.
gloves give you a solid. You don't exactly cut a lithesome figure, but after several moments of scrambling, you manage to hoist yourself atop the monument.
올라가자. 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 조심조심.
That performance was frankly the connection, the whole.
Well, do you see anything? Damn, short of changing the shape of the antenna, I'm not. What do you mean? Ideally?
She's right. The responsibility is yours, and yours alone. There's no turning back.
당연히 실패하겠지. 너무 이건 퍼센트 낮게 잡아놨다. 오. 아, 네. 금맨님 꼭 갑자기 안아달라고. 뭔가 되게 공들이긴 했네요. 나름 애니메이션을 많이 넣어가지고.
You allow.
What are you doing? The connection is bust.
She's right.
Damn it.
A maelstrom. It's too much.
A long winter.
And then
Try it now.
This is.
보고 싶었다고요?
there is such.
Please be advised that you are speaking on a public frequency. A very important question. Beyond that,
연료가 존속하길 원한다.
we are immeasurable. It includes the role of the Moralist International is twofold: to buy humanity sufficient time to perfect itself, and to patiently guide it along the road while protecting it from ideological highwaymen and eschatologists. There are many. The communists say they are the next dialectical step in an inexorable spiral of progress. They claim to have resolved the inherent contradictions of moralism and believe they're just one revolution. The fascists say they are both the ancestors of and the successors to the loyalism. In other words, they believe that Dolores Day's reign simply represents a glorious phase of expansion. And then there are our prodigal cousins, the Vazan Social Democrats, who hold our same values and have even adopted.
For some reason, it's the Social Democrats.
사회주의자들에게 제일 격분해하는 것 같다고.
We don't resent them. It's more that we are disappointed that they have chosen to emphasize certain.
She speaks of them like a family member.
But of course, they also remain dependable partners in a number of centrist governing coalitions. The RCM exists at the same time. The RCM is not exactly off the coalition. It's our understanding that the RCM's organizational structure predates the coalition.
Oh.
There is some truth to that.
But in a practical sense, it's the responsibility of the ethics divisions to ensure that both organizations, one now, committed to upholding moral history, is a river coursing ever downward. Occasionally, its course is where. Let us answer your question with a question. Have you ever seen evening fall? If you have, then you would remember. It's the heart of the city, the old town, is a district composed of weather marbles, comprising thousands of columns. But as the sun sets, the shadows cast by those columns in our.
The name at Vesperaskit means evening comes.
For you, not only that, but you are also part of that centuries-long plan. When you cross, yes, it is. We grew up there. In Messina, of course. Not only was it the site of course, such a city does not spring from nowhere, nor does it endure without effort. Its construction was the work of many generations, about 3,000 years.
3,000년도 걸린다.
She really had that on the tip of her tongue. It's like she has the timeline laid out right in front of her.
Of course, the number 3,000 represents the average of a great number of projections. It is in all senses the most moderate and reasonable projection.
I'm not joking, officer. I'll only be able to hold the signal over.
Is everything alright? Acknowledged. If the liaison accepts your request, you will be invited to address the committee.
실패할 것 같은데 이번에. 실패하면 실패하는 대로.
So, you're experiencing...
Good God, here we go.
We're afraid we don't understand at all. What does this something have to do? Unfortunately, we cannot accept your request. We really have no... Now, please excuse us while we update the receiver.
Quick, hang up on her first.
먼저 끊어버리네.
The line there. You the lieutenant give a long sight.
I think it's best for you to back off the statue now, detective. Your real work is...
The cold bronze tickles your inner thighs. You look around. Most everyone has already gone home. There's really no point. You're beginning to feel like them.
Good. Now give me a hand with these amplifiers.
What's one more trip across the waterlock?
아이고 그래요. 뭐 이번엔 실패했긴 했는데 어쨌든 엔딩 보는 거보다 나으니까.
Well, this was an interesting collaboration.
그러네.
Really? I do not think we were in any event. Just leave that equipment here. Up now, you excuse me.
남는 헤드폰 하나 가져도 된다고? 오케이. 나이스. 내면색이 2짜리네. 옷이 좀 예쁜 게 많이 모였네. 자, 이제 12시니까 짭짭새 먼저 만난 다음에 사건 명명하고 자자. 아니 골 때리네. 이런 비공정이 진짜로 내려오는 경우도 있지만 내가 운이 좋았던 거구나. 저는 자동 조작이다. 여기도 뭐 게임 오버 요소가 있나 본데? 뭐지? 짭짭새 오늘 밤이라고 하지 않았나? 여기가 아닌가? 어촌을 진압 한잣길? 여긴가? 여기도 아닌가?
There's some tech.
어촌을 진압 한잣길이면 여기 아니야? 올라가야 되는 건가? 어촌을 진압 한잣길. 여기도 아닌가? 어디로 가야 되지? 뭔 소리야? 한잣길. 뭐지? 어디 있다는 거지? 짭짭새가? 내가 잘못 봤나?
scattering of bullet holes is... There's no way the perp is in here, officer. Look how scarred the boards are. All attempts to pry them off. Not this time. The opposition...
The suspect? God, I hope not.
이쪽은 아닌가 보. 구 수산시장이면 거기 맞는데 다르니까 없는데. 짭짭새가 2시까지 기다린다고 하지 않았어? 왜 없는 거지? 이해가 되질 않는. 여기서 만나야 되는데 22시 맞춰서 왔어야 됐나? 이상하네. 버그인지 뭔지.
The once bright mural towers above you, saying, "Felled elect." Suddenly, there's a in through the collapsed roof.
She's down there.
Okay. Why? Right. How do we get in there? The doors...
Finally, my time to shine.
Perhaps you can climb them. We are not climbing anything.
이걸로 올라가라고? 여기도 뭐가 있는데?
Slowly begin. The lieutenant looks and order as your eyes adjust. You see
Score.
and nothing.
Given that this isn't a martial arts thriller, however, the pipe suggests there may be and it's right here, a maintenance door.
It's jammed shut. The subtle approach isn't going to work on this one.
물리적 수다. 실패했네.
Let's take a breather and try this again.
계단으로 가야겠다.
A rusty ladder.
Yeah, that doesn't look good.
The distances between the remaining rungs are rather wide. In addition, the first rung is going to be tough to reach. It's what? Not to mention that the roof is collapsing. What if you were to do something more?
Teleportation is not a thing. Oh yes, it could hurt, A lot.
뭐야 이거? 매운 오품 이러고 있네.
All you need to do is close your eyes and concentrate. Zoot, zap, pow, crinkle.
쥐직 씩펑 쾅이라고.
Feel yourself disappear.
Okay, well.
Bang! You find yourself on the roof, having mastered the art of physics.
You know, for the record, you didn't teleport there.
The wind at the top of the building.
눈 감고 사다리 올랐어. 어쨌든
Never mind. Find a way to let me in when you get in.
오케이. 패드 건물에 들어왔어요. 내려가 봅세.
Two rusty metal plates that
What do you mean who's there? It's me, Kim.
It's much easier from this side. The panel.
I hope no one dangerous. Yes. Time to investigate these passages. Let's move quietly and not make more sound.
킨 기출하게 내 옆에 있었는데 밖에서 들어온 것처럼 말하네. 약간 버그인가 보다. 짭짭스한테 한번 가볼까? 혹시 있을까 모르니까. 여전히 없네. 아, 짭짭새 어떻게 하냐? 못 만나는 거 아니야, 이거? 자, 루비 어디 숨어 있냐? 오. 흑룡가 모자.
A mustachioed and mutton-chopped man, amateurishly depicted.
크라스 마저.
With years worth of dust is shaken off.
Yes. Looks like some latter-day radicals were hiding out here. Half a century.
50년 정도.
This was probably part of the net. I think the purpose of this bunker was to produce propaganda. We have found a lot of those lately. I guess what most people think of.
Good hiding place for someone who's up to no good.
I won't stand in your way, but only after we're through with this case. Millions of depictions of Mazov have been produced. They're not all connected. This, you mean like Ruby? No, I think we've stumbled on it.
오케이. 범이솔라족 정장상이다. 좋은 것들 많이 있는데. 멋진데
This hat is so soft, so warm. It
우샨카.
Kraz Mazov would have worn this Yushenka. Glory to the revolution, comrade.
공산주의자도 하던데. 쉣. 밀는 거리수가 부자연스럽게 커지고 있다. 다른 길을 찾자. 뭔가 안 좋은 느낌이 드는데 저장 한번 하고 갈게요. 저기구나.
There it is again, like a
No, what do you mean? I don't feel it, but we should still be careful. There were footprints back. Looks like our suspect. Once we detain a credible suspect, who knows what the Union and the...
This part of town is a fine clockwork puzzle. Keep calm. Go over the whole situation in detail.
We absolutely cannot skip that appointment. Consider that 100%
His hand rests on his holster. It's not enough. You need a gun in your hand too.
I leave that to your judgment. You already know what I think about...
He just can't be sure. Maybe it will yield something useful.
I still don't think that was a good idea. But yes, our affairs with Wild...
Someone's been a very busy boy. Good on you.
Well, we are not responsible for what we can't predict.
If you can't predict it, there's nothing you could have...
I think I see a cavern. Maybe more cellars?
I wouldn't be so sure.
Or maybe not. Either way, once we could...
오케이, 그러면 일단 내 총이라도 얻고 오자. 에브란트한테 가고 하루만 더 보내고 오자. 지금 들어가는 건 상당히 큰 모험인 것 같아요. 나가고 루비를 자극해가지고 괜히 어떻게 될지 모르니까 최소한 총은 있어야지. 근데 짭짭새 오늘 만나는 거 아니었어? 더 이상 미룰 수 없겠군.
It's the legend. Oh, and it's just toilet paper sticking to the back of the plastic clipboard. Way cool. An aluminium block runs the width of the board. The surface is interrupted by a silvery stick. Looks like an official mark. Made to be low visible.
What? That thing. It's a halogen watermark. It depends. Aside any capable light with all RCM vehicles have had lights designed to...
This means you can read the watermarks.
Okay.
While a bunch of sodden... They're not exactly white. They're yellowed in patches by sunlight and alcohol. Once in a while, there's a red stamp that exclaims, case files, work, strife, poverty, the Jamrock Quarter. These are handwritten. It's the middle of March. You have attempted...
한 주에 평균 2개의 사건. 아, 감사합니다. 축하한다고요. 감사합니다.
The notebook is annual. It says 51 on what remains of its cover.
Huh? 2 complex cases to undertake is a lot, yes. You really have 2. That's a lot. I didn't mean to say you are making mistakes, by the way. It's okay. We all make mistakes.
누구나 실수를 한다.
The checkered paper's dry. It's inornate. Your hand cramps up merely looking at the scribbles, drawn, as by some magnet, to the... Yes, It appears you employ a, shall we say, robust yet yes, all caps. One is called the Next World Mural. Another, the Square Bullet Hole. Others appear more light-hearted. The guy's on a couch in an unexpected location. It's going to take an effort to piece these case files together, but it can be done.
You mean the alphanumeric? Officer, precinct, time of arrival at the scene? Oh, you mean the titular? Yes, well, it's a holdover from the early days of the RCM. Right after the revolution, when the organization had little idea how to do things. Again, in your defense, I seem to have named one the man with the hole in his head. I pray his loved ones never find out. Rail spiked through the head. He died. It was a workplace accident.
There is, for precisely one more. Fifth, the ledger only comes with an old, worn-down lead pencil. It will. The lieutenant looks at his blue notebook. He is not really saying anything. Just stand.
Know that I give this to you with resentment.
마음에 응어리가 생겼다고? 이런.
The tasks you've completed flow out of the blue oblong pen in a brash freehand. Inspect. Interview the cafeteria manager. A satisfying slash. You're a swashbuckler with that pen. Things to be done.
아직 20대라고요? 내가?
Of reality. This is an extremely useful tool.
서른이죠.
No, actually. Any ideas?
아직 좀 남았나 시간이? 복수의 여신들은 거울 속에 거한다. 복수 여신 되게 좋아하는 컨셉으로 갈까? 목 매달린 남자가 이제 적절한 답변인 것 같은데 지는 해. 막대기에 똥찌꺼기 이런 거는 이제 좀 나름 의미가 일맥상통하기도 하고 하지만 복수의 여신을 거울 속에 거한다는
Furies. Yes, well, I don't know. I have to be honest. I'm not experiencing the... Could you make it less poetic?
덜 시적을 할 수 없냐고?
Just a normal case name, you know? Think.
아 이걸 고르라고 강요하는 것 같은데.
Great. That's great. That's actually what I was thinking. I'm going to start calling it the Hanged Man. It's good we sorted this out.
Hangman.
You don't exactly close them so much as distance yourself. In the back, you see thin translucent, then rip them from the binder and hand them out. 3. The topmost are misconduct fines. A monetary penalization
네, 말씀하세요.
ranging from 20 to 2, but they appear pleasantly vague. These are quite sinister in tone. They give a date and time.
전 재밌게 하고 있어요. 사람마다 취향이 다르다 보니까.
Below the core are the criminal.
그래서 같은 게임을 해도 서로 다른 경험을 하는 거죠.
All in a print so small it could be considered a dozen pages of thin copy paper, bright red in color. You see the parameters of a deceased human form. Yes, all that remains now is to fill those forms and hand them to people.
질문이 있다고요?
Interview requests for bad guys.
아, 저녁 드시고 오셨어요. 맛있는 거 드셨나 봐요. 저도 맛있는 거 오늘 먹을 것 같은데. 백빵빵. 아, 지존 백빵빵 하신가 봐요. 그래요. 뭐 애들링 방송 요즘 하시나 봐요. 애들링도 재밌지.
It's made of dark blue plastic, hard enough to beat someone to submission with. The edges are rounded, however. The U4 size board feels thick and heavy in your hand. Something rattles inside, ever so, and something small inside. Light, made of paper or
뭐지?
cardboard. The plastic shimmers like lapis lazuli. There's something there. A rectangular shape. With your hands, U4
뭐가 생겼다.
edges hang from the clip screwed
오케이,
to the
오케이.
top of the board. The acidic stench of rotting food is rubbed off on the cellulose. You know,
네, 말씀하세요.
public piss bowls, probably called Fermi discrete
그래요라고요?
or axle or something. At some point in its journey, the ledger, if you knew it was dunked in the toilet before getting chucked into the trash, why are you sniffing it? So you wanted to get in on the trash toilet stink collab. find out what happened? Yeah. Turns out your nose doesn't like self-indulgent literal shit. Arson, petty theft, spousal abuse. You don't exactly close them. So much as
둘 다 높기는 한데
they're a little further from your
일단 확실한 것부터 해보자.
is
에?
not what you end up doing. You squeeze the plastic to slide it. The ledger quivers in your hand. As it shakes, the pages rustle. This pathetic
아니 이게 실패한다고? 야 이거 너무 하는 거 아니야? 아니 97%. 저 재수 드럽게 없네. 어허.
Why yes, your precinct every last alphanumeric in the file.
네. 다들 뭐 계속 부르시는데 말씀하시죠.
This one is relatively
내세의 벽화.
overnight on 1202. Cause of failure. Rent too high. The mural is enormous. Two silhouettes, a man and a woman. True love is possible only in the next world. For new people, it is too late. People call it that thing and that fucking thing. It's visible for my
중산층을 무너뜨려라.
gets clogged on quests to remove the bummer. You and your partner are assigned to the case.
진정한 사랑은 가능하다. 그러니까 사랑을 자꾸 이제 공산주의 혹은 이제 좀 더 그 첫 번째 단계로서 사회주의로 이제 빗대고 있는 것 같고 중산층을 무너뜨리라는 건 이제 그 부르주아 혁명 이후의 단계 프롤레타리아 혁명을 이룩하자 뭐 그런 말인 것 같아요. 그러니까 그 뭐야 부르주아 독재 시대를 끝내고 그 다음으로 노동자 독재 시대를 만들자 이런 얘기 같아요. 매너 채팅 부탁드릴게요 윤혜원님. 아 경찰 조무사 게임 한다고요? 제가 경찰했으면 잘했을 것 같다고요? 글쎄요. 교통경찰 정도면 무난하지 않았을까 싶기도 한데.
The graffito crew is easy to track down. Only the bell lectures have the literage of industrial paint to cover the surface. One of the graffito artists is rumored to be rich. They take responsibility. The case files do not show you finding the author of the design.
그렇죠. 사실 이제 이렇게 하는 게 맞을까 저렇게 하는 게 맞을까 하면서 그 굉장히 그 우왕좌왕했겠죠. 경찰이 이제 그 주어진 어떤 매뉴얼대로 그 해야 맞는 건데 그 매뉴얼대로 하지 않고 이게 진짜 맞는 행동일까? 이러니까 하나를 결정할 때도 사사건건 그렇게 고민만 하니까 업무를 제대로 할 수 있었을까? 공권력 없는 경찰이면 경찰 조무사 아니냐고. 마구마구 혼자 저지른다고? 무능한 경찰이라는 소리죠.
After themselves. However, your partner, JV, is against the removal, citing public support for conservation. This leads the 9,000 people subjected to the mural's message, all of Lakeside, Central Jamrock, and Villa Lobos, plus half of the eminent domain.
벽화를 지어라. 벽화를 놔둬라.
Although the case begins with what appears to be a lot of
옳다 틀리다. 왜 두 가지밖에 안 주냐?
the mural is, given a choice between two options.
내세의 벽화. 이번 세계 틀렸으니까 이후에 다음 세대에게 넘긴다. 옳다.
Staggering 78% of voters choose to keep it.
음흠.
Turns out the opposition were a loud minority. And that love
그쵸. 가나안 땅에는 약속된 땅에는 신세대들만이 들어갈 수밖에 없었다는. 그것도 어떻게 보면 오디세이아처럼 귀향 이야기거든요. 그 약속된 땅은 사실은 이제 40년 동안 헤매었지만 그 출애굽을 할 때 이 그 유대인들이 원래 갈망하던 성지 예루살렘 땅 대통령 했으면 잘했을 거라고. 대통령 하면 한 자리 좀 달라고요? 어우 쉣 40년 했다는 건 구라 같다고요? 그 뭐 성경이 그 몇 년 했다, 몇 명이었다, 뭐 얼마였다 이렇게 하는 거는 대부분 상징수예요, 상징수. 실제로 그 역사적 사료로 비슷하게 이제 뭐 추정하는 학자들도 많이 있는데 대부분은 이제 그 상징성을 띤 수라고 생각하면 돼요. 어차피 그게 이제 그 종교다 보니까 그런 신화나 이런 거에는 대부분 이제 완전함을 뜻하는 숫자라든지 종교를 뜻하는 숫자 아니면 이제 그 특정 시대의 문화권에서 많다를 뜻하는 숫자 이런 것들을 사용하기 마련이다 보니까 40년이나 40일 아니고요. 왜 40년이냐면 한 세대가 이제 지나가는 그 반세기 정도에 근접한 여기도 이제 50년 전 반세기 전 혁명 이야기잖아요. 그러니까 그 한 세대를 이제 넘긴다 그런 의미에서 이제 40년을 잡는 거거든요. 그래서 사실 이게 그 상징수라서 실제로 40년을 헤맸는지 안 헤맸는지가 중요한 게 아니고 왜 40년이라고 썼는지가 중요하다라고 이제 생각을 하시면 그 이해하기 편하실 거예요. 가나안 땅에 가기 위해서 왜 그 좁은 곳을 그 직선거리로 가면은 얼마 안 걸리면 바로 도착하는 땅을 40년 동안 왜 빙빙 헤맸느냐. 그래서 뭐지? 40년이라는 고지곳대를 들으면 아니 이거 기어가도 1년이면 가는 거인데 왜 40년을 헤맸다는 거지? 이렇게 생각할 수 있는데 그런 이제 그 속사정을 좀 이제 좀 염두에 두시면 그래서 그 새로운 세대 말고 이제 전 세대는 약속당에 들어갈 수 없구나. 40년이라는 게 한 세대를 의미하는 거겠구나. 이런 식으로 그 좀 편리하게 이해할 수 있겠죠. 길이 안 다듬어졌었나? 길이 안 다듬어졌잖아. 출애굽하고 강야에서 골리앗하고 형피 떠달라고요? 그래요. 잠시만 화장실 좀 갔다 올게요. 선택지가 좀 어렵네. 그런 거 아닙니다. 매너 채팅 부탁드릴게요. 이게 이제 제가 항상 하는 말이죠. 중산층의 잘못이 아니야. 그저 인간의 본성일 뿐이지. 인간의 본성. 저는 2번으로 생각하기 때문에
Did anyone ask you what you believe in, man with the smelly toilet ledger? What do you want to tackle next?
풀싸움 사건을 보자. 두 번째로. 이게 되게 이제 그 뜬구름 잡는 소리처럼 들리거든요. 그냥 피상적으로 외면만 살펴보면 제목도 왜 내세의 벽화라고 하는지 아리송하고 그리고 무슨 연인 얘기를 하는 것 같은데 왜 그거에 대해서 이제 얘기가 이렇게 되나. 근데 그 저랑 이제 살펴보다시피 전혀 헛소리 하는 게 아니라 그 약간 정치라든지 문화적인 그런 인문학적 갈래로 폭넓게 상상력을 발휘하면 다 연관되어 있고 어떤 얘기를 하는지 이제 감이 잡힐 만한 그런 얘기다 보니까 그래서 저 같은 경우는 개인적으로 굉장히 재밌게 하고 있는 것 같아요. 이게 이제 이야기거리를 그 끊임없이 계속 던져주면서 자 봐봐 우리는 이렇게 생각하는 게 있고 또 얘는 이렇게 생각하는 게 있고 뭐 이런 관점들이 있어. 너는 까놓고 봐서 그 정치 이념이 어떤 쪽이니 또는 이제 너는 그 사람을 어떻게 생각하니 뭐 이런 것들을 계속 물어보는 거거든요. 사라의 원조라는 슬로건이 중사층의 섬유를 만드냐고. 에너지 등 부탁드릴게요. 그런 던진다는 뜻은 아니었는데. 근데 어떻게 보면 그것도 바위 위에서 몸을 던지는 행위도 그 실존주의적인 그런 은유이긴 하네요. 맨몸으로 그 세상에 던져진 존재라는 의미에서. 바이라는 말 안 했다고요? 조용히 하세요. 그런 거 아닙니다. 게임 할게요. 바지를 벗는 버릇이 있었어.
It's just what they do. The only way for Leslie to stop flashing his genitals to bypassers and for Burke to stop dismantling signage and rear-view mirrors would be for them to stop drinking out. You would think that, but you're wrong. Where's the fun in exposing your genitals or breaking stuff in your own home? Threatening fines, dragging them to the station, locking them up in the hellholes they live in, locking them up in the station, hypnotherapy. Even trying to get the local gang of
10년 동안 그래왔다고.
It's plain to see from the files that you, Satellite Officer JV, and Special Consultant TH had more important cases to attend.
재물손괴 공연을.
Good, you're learning. If the files are to be trusted, that's all there is to it. That and Burke breaking things, and the fact he must have it confused with the property he likes to damage. But the joke's on him. You're drunk out of your mind on potent. In the process, the ledger sustains.
장부가 망가졌다.
Compartment within, reserved for permeable documents, is jammed shut. You stop your assault. He came at us, and at us. I think he was trying to kill Burko. While trying to kill Burko, you slowly can't get out.
버크가 그 이후로 걷지 못하게 됐어. 얘가 패가지고.
Leslie cuts back on the indecent exposure. Maybe he flashes his genitals to Burke. Who knows? But both drunks are off the street, which is also why the officer responsible narrowly escapes a disciplinary hearing. Do you want to read another one?
풀 수 없는 사건이야. 그래서 제목이. 왜 풀 수 없냐면 나의 그 과오가 얽혀 있어가지고. 결과적으로는 그 사건이 해결된 것처럼 보이지만 하나도 해결된 건 없다. 외면적으로만 이제 두 측에게 어떤 그 공여 음란죄와 재물손괴죄를 10년간 이어지는 걸 멈췄지만 내부적으로는 심리적으로 무엇 하나 해결된 것이 아니고 이제 외부의 요인에 의해서 그 한 명이 장애인이 돼서 걷지 못하게 돼서 그걸 돌보기 위해서 둘이 이제 집에 틀어박힌 상태로 사건이 일단락 된 거기 때문에 그래서 풀 수 없는 사건이다. 씁쓸하네요. 공고도 언제 복회에 있다고요? 이런.
It would be very interesting to read about these. I mean, there seems to be a square-shaped entry wound in the victim's.
여러분은 그 어떻게 생각하나요? 저런 식으로 이제 알턴니가 갑자기 손도 안 대고 코 풀듯이 해결되는 경우들이 있잖아요. 근데 그 문제의 본질적인 어떤 그 해소가 아니라 외부 요인에 의한 그런 이제 그 우연적인 그런 결과론적인 해소라면 그게 물론 어떤 상황에 따라 다르겠지만 그냥 이제 그 자체만으로 근원적인 해소가 아니고 그냥 이제 외부 요인에 의한 그런 우연적인 어떤 그 해소로처럼 보이는 결과론적인 해소라면 그게 이제 뭐 옳고 그르냐를 묻는 게 아니라 그 상황에 대해서 나는 이제 받아들일 수 납득할 만하느냐 납득하지 못하느냐 괜찮다고 생각하느냐 결과론적으로 이제 결과가 좋으면 과정이 어떻든 상관없느냐 아니면 이제 과정도 중요하느냐 뭐 좀 더 구체적으로 얘기하면 그렇게 흘릴 수 있겠죠. 죽이자고 편하게 죽였을 거라고. 아니 그러니까 이 사건만 얘기하는 게 아니라 쉽게 말해서 당신이 과정을 더 중요시 여길 것인가 아니면 이제 결과가 괜찮으면 그 결과를 좀 더 볼 것인가 뭐 그런 태도를 묻는 것 같은데 그런 거죠. 그 독재를 통해서 경제가 발전한다. 그러면 그 독재는 온당한가? 결과론적으로는 사회가 발전했지만 결과적으로 해결된 게 아니지 않냐고. 잠시 후 범죄자라고. 그러니까 저 우화 하나만 얘기하면 사실 이제 맞죠. 잠재적 범죄자가 이제 집에 틀어박힌 건데 그 성향이 해소된 것이 아니고 그냥 이제 그 장애를 얻어가지고 물리적으로 그 이행을 못하게 된 것뿐이죠. 언제든 돌아올 수 있다. 회복이 된다든가 아니면 뭐 그 휠체어를 탄다든가. 아, 독재가 결과적으로 나를 보형시켰어도 잠재적으로 이걸 짓밟을 수 있으면 탕당당 해야 되지 않냐고. 뭐 저도 과정을 좀 더 보는 편이긴 한데 아무래도 그렇게 이제 단편적으로 뭔가 고정해서 얘기할 수 있는 건 아니죠, 역사라는 건. 하지만 아쉬움이 많이 남는 비극적인 그런 역사라고 생각은 해요. 어느 역사적인 독재라 할지라도 뭐 나름의 어떤 의의가 있을 것이고 우리나라를 얘기할 때는 특히나 더 조심스럽죠. 너무 복합적이다 보니까. PPK는 좋은 해결사 같다고. 그래요. 뭐 그런 얘기인 것 같고 다음은 이제 정사각형 타는 살인사건입니다. 사각형 구멍이 난 채 안락의자의 벽을 보면서 며칠간 앉아있던 사체를 발견했다. 총탈 전혀 찾지 못했다. 이마에 사각형 구멍이 난 채로. 뭐야? 뭘까? 이게 뭘까요? 사각형 모양 타는. 이마에 사각형 구멍이 난 채로. 뭘 말하는 걸까요? 결과적으로 잘 해결했다는 건 잠재적인 문제가 있다는 뜻인 것 같다고. 문신으로 이마 틀어보는 거 아니냐고? 이건 진짜 모르겠네. 무엇 하나 확실한 게 없네요. 얘기해볼 만한 거리는 많은 것 같은데 이게 실제로 기이한 어떤 미제 해결 사건에 대한 은유인지 아니면은 얘가 술 먹고 그냥 휘갈긴 건지 그건 아닌 것 같긴 하지만 어쨌든 미스테리도 하나 껴넣음으로써 진짜 뭔가 이제 세상에는 미스테리한 것도 있을 수 있다 뭐 그런 얘기인지 너무 그 주어진 것이 적어서 아무리 뇌를 굴려도 그냥 판타지밖에는 뭔가 이제 근거가 있을 만한 그 납득할 만한 설득력 있는 사건은 떠오르지 않고 그러니까요. 정사각형 모양 타는이라는 거는 제가 봤을 때는 그 미스테리 정말 그 미스테리 그 자체를 말하는 것 같아요.
Some assholes brought their couch outside and hung out on it. In the
총은
middle
아닌
of
것
the
같다고.
street, on the roof, on the hillside by the motorway.
모든 게 이해되지 않는 그런 미스테리를 말하는 것 같아요.
Location. They were young and they thought they looked cool on it. Yes, as you've said here, Insufferable rock and roll assholes. Young people, they were leaving it out in all these unexpected and whimsical locations. They took it to where they all cigarette butts, coffee cups, stupid couch. You had to clean it all up. No, you didn't have time for that. These notes show that you have what is called a real goddamn job. You don't have time to be chasing down the couch. Murder. Tum tum tum. At the hookah parlor. Was a case beaten to death by a throng
저게
of
쿨해 보이냐고요?
gang members when him and his partner JM,
때로는
initials mentioned, answered a call one night. It's a sad story and it isn't really represented in your case files. Stop stalling and get to the murder. Joseph Mills was on this case that he just couldn't solve. Was doing it solo.
그 어떻게 생각하시나요? 홍모병 발동해가지고 막 이제 그 몽상가대 같은 영화 보면은 저런 그 또라이들 또는 이제 병신들이라고 그 냉소를 짓는 편이신가요? 아니면은 뭔가 이제 자그마한 낭만이나 동경을 품는 편이신가요? 때로는 멋있어 보일 수도 있지. 철없어 보인다고 생각할 수도 있겠지만. 비트에서 정우성이 이제 그 젊을 때 담배 이렇게 싹 피면은 그런 거 보면서 냉소를 지을 수 있겠지만 저게 간지라고 생각하나 이러면서 그 비꼴 수도 있겠지만 좀 멋있는 것 같은데 라고 이제 그냥 감상을 표현할 수도 있는 거죠. 그냥 그 정도의 어떤 느낌이지. 홍모병을 혐오한다고요? 저는 홍모병을 사랑한다고 해야겠네요. 때로는 증오하기도 하고 때로는 그 역겹다고 생각하기도 하고 혐오하기도 하지만 동경을 하거나 그 되게 이제 뭔가 애증의 그런 느낌이라고 해야 되나요? 매니저가 아닌 자신을 좋아하는 것뿐 아니냐고 그렇게 얘기할 수도 있죠. 사람에 따라서 표현의 차이긴 한데 그런 요소를 이제 그 포함하고 있다라고 생각하는 편이지만 그게 전부는 아니죠. 그거 매니저가 아닌 자신을 지극히 이제 그 싫어할 수도 있고 혐오할 수도 있지. 주류 문화가 되고 싶지만 주류 문화가 될 수 없는 거에 대한 그런 좌절감일 수도 있고 반드시 그 홍모병인 사람들이 자신을 좋아한다고만 생각하는 거는 또 이제 오해라고 저는 생각을 해요. 자기가 좋아하던 마이너가 메이저로 올라오는 걸 싫어한다고? 그런 경향도 있기는 하죠. 근데 다 그런 건 아니고 나만 그 이 멋있는 점을 알고 있다고 생각했는데 또는 이제 나만 그 갖고 있는 정체성이 굉장히 이제 사회에서 뭔가 그 혐오를 받고 되게 배척당하고 느꼈는데 주류 문화에 그 편입이 되면서 되게 이제 환영받거나 나도 이제 그 사회에서 뭔가 좀 그 소속감을 좀 더 깊게 느낄 수 있는 그런 면도 있으니까 모든 게 이제 한 방향만 흐르는 것이 아니고 되게 복합적인 것이니까 뭐 취향이나 취미 같은 것은 사실 더 많은 사람들과 이제 보편적으로 공유할 수 있을 때 어떻게 보면은 더 즐거움이 많다고 저는 믿는 편이거든요. 그래서 그 홍모병이라는 게 되게 이제 그 한 가지의 어떤 모습만 있는 게 아니다 보니까 뭐 모든 게 다 그렇긴 하지만 저를 보는 당신도 홍모병이냐고요? 그러니까 이런 거지. 그냥 흔히 말해서 내가 좋아하던 가수가 내가 좋아하던 노래가 유명해지면 좋아하는 마음도 있지만 갑자기 막 뭔가 이제 반발심도 들죠. 나작스 나만의 어떤 그 나만 아는 가수였는데 유명해지니까 좀 마음이 불편하다. 뭐 이런 것도 있을 수 있고 이거 이제 좀 더 사회적으로 키워보면 그 이런 거죠. 과거에 그 동성애적인 문화가 그 되게 자연스럽게 받아들여지던 뭐 그리스라든지 아니면 이제 고3국 또는 고려시대 뭐 이런 그 시대였을 때 어떤 그 성소수자의 그 느낌과 지금 같은 이제 또는 이제 근대와 같은 그런 그 배격받는 뭔가 이제 동성애적인 문화가 굉장히 그 천대받고 막 게이 같다라는 게 이제 혐오 표현인 그런 시대의 어떤 그 성소수자의 그 느낌 이런 것도 얘기해 볼 수 있겠죠. 그 홍모병이라는 그 현대의 어휘 안에 들어있는 많은 이제 이야기거리 중에서는 그러니까 그 반드시 그 어떤 한 가지의 모습만 있는 것이 아니라 자기가 좋아하던 마이너가 메이저로 올라가는 걸 반기는 경우도 있고 자기가 좋아하던 마이너가 이제 메이저로 올라가는 걸 싫어하는 경우도 있고 그리고 이제 메이저가 아닌 자신을 좋아하는 것뿐 아닌가요? 라고 할 때 이제 뭐 그럴 수도 있고 메이저가 아닌 자신을 싫어할 수도 있는 거고 무슨 얘기인지 좀 더 이해가 되시나요? 홍모병이라는 것에 대해서 저는 그렇게 생각을 하고 있어요.
Mills didn't get off the pot. Not yet. He kept at it for a couple of weeks more, racking his brains.
물, 담배바, 살인사건을 풀 수 없었다.
As outlandish as they seemed. No, he was awful. Awful sense of humor too. The worst jokes you've ever heard. Really rapey. Still, he'd been on it for
몇 달을 매달려 있었다.
Said it was the final case. Okay. So the case is handed to you because Mills.
그래요. 뭐 사실 다른 사람의 세계관을 그 온전히 이해한다는 건 불가능에 가깝다고 생각을 하고 조금이라도 이제 그 이해해보려고 노력하는 그런 어떤 그 태도는 견제할 수 있겠지만 그런 노력이 반드시 보답을 받는다는 보장은 없다 보니까 쉽지 않은 일이죠. 어떻게 보면 당연한 거지. 아니요 라는 답변이.
No, it's soot and water vapor. It doesn't do anything. Yeah, really lame. So anyway, young man in his 20s found with his skull busted open. Right on the no one enters, no one exits. He's just
밀실 살인 사건이다.
all morning. All night,
완전 범죄.
like he usually does. Mills has no idea. Invisible assassin. Movie deal gone sour. Girl at the counter did it. Nothing fits. Eerie. Man just dropped dead. So you go to the parlor. You see cushions around the table. Table's low, heavy. See? You can't even read the thing without soul in it. Yeah, it was that. Turns out hookah does do something. It turns off. Yeah, he liked his smoking hookah. Didn't you hear? I don't know. Trying to come up with a movie.
살인 사건이 아니라 사고였다. 조셉 밀즈의 그 몇 개월간의 노력은 결국 이제 어리석은 짓이었다. 빗속에 폭탄이 있었다고요? 그래요? 열어볼까 이제? 97% 실패하지 않겠지? 아이셜이 그 제명당하신 분인가요? 성공했다.
The two sides of the board the slides snap back into without resistance or sound. Two ticket stubs and a handmade post. Two octopuses are smiling.
그런 얘기가 아니었다. 아 죄송합니다.
Toward each other in the colored pencil drawings. The tickets permit access to the zoo.
없어.
Thin wax paper has been glued to a piece of cardboard. Sounds like leaves.
냄새를 맡아보고.
A touch of cinnamon. The end of summer. You think the label says familiar handwriting line. A young woman in her 20s.
돌로렌스 전에 그 실패한 사랑 그 상대방의 그건가 보다. 여기다 넣어놨구나. 편지네 편지. 손편지네. 뭐가 정치적이에요. 그 철자가 다른데 제명됐다는 게 왜 그 정치적이에요.
A merciful wind blows in from the bay of Revachol, dusting the ground at your feet and raising newspapers far. Frisson covers your entire body.
날려보내지 않고 읽을 거야.
Hands shake, holding onto it. Every morning when I step out and you're asleep behind, every step I take, it grows. By the time I reach the fuel station, it has filled me entirely. I step onto the light rail and look back. You. Every step I take will get lighter. It almost makes me run. Kisses, kisses, kisses. Feel the air sucked out of your lungs.
뭐지? 갑자기.
Feel the ledger.
기절했어. 손실의 장부 잃었는데? 뭐야? 나 죽은 거야, 설마? 이게 뭐야? 진짜로? 뭐야 이거? 엔딩이야? 뭐야?
There is nothing again. Well, almost nothing. There is the. That's me. Blue eyes. That's me. Who was what?
He speaks of the sickening
처음부터 시작하는 건가?
the unwell emotion.
The cold.
뭐야 이게?
Because it's always
백색에도?
Ah, yes. In the old factory system, they call it. It didn't smell nice. It smelled like.
Your name.
It's certainly. Your name is passed out on the ground, dragged around by one of the other evil apes. They're taking you somewhere.
You think they would let you until you disintegrate into biomod?
Yes. They're
It's delicious. Glowing lights on a dashboard emerge out of nothingness.
뭐야?
The upholstered cabin of Lieutenant Kitsuragi's motor carriage. Seated.
Drink. Water.
아,
The water is cold.
아하, 깜짝이야. 게임 오버인 줄 알았어. 쉣. 처음부터 다시 시작인 줄 알았잖아. 와, 쫄렸다. 저장도 안 했는데.
You haven't drunk water.
이틀이나? 잠깐만.
You know the human body is not made to survive on alcohol alone. You need a secondary form of hydration. That's just a drug addict myth. In reality, you're still comprised of that.
With greedy dogs.
오, 새로 회복 2번이나 된다.
Some of it.
What happened?
헤이, 족가하고 내린다고?
That does sometimes happen.
실패와 증오의 장부야? 자, 뭐야 이거?
Understanding. It's as if the burnt.
You dropped these. Are you okay to proceed? Good.
뭐야 이씨. 아니. 어디 갔어? 요건가?
It's the legend you found. Oh, and the cool piece of toilet paper. Without resistance or sound, the two panels move against. You stare at the card, willing your. The words just. Who do you think? It's slightly. It takes about half an hour to piece one together. Not much is.
오케이. 와, 스택 개꿀인데? 권위가 떨어지네 근데? 내면색의 공감이 올라가는 거. 상호작용할 수 있는 아이템. 좋아요. 어우, 죽는 줄 알았잖아. 젠장. 그러면 자고 일어나야 되나 이제? 워터마크 해석이 있네. 오케이.
Inside, you see some steering levers, a radio microphone.
All right. Ready? I turn. You press.
He's downplaying his excitement. The dashboard lights up with orange glow, like a lemon. The lights unfold with a little click.
There you go. I'll turn them off from the remote.
오케이. 해보자.
As you hold your ledger's clip under the head.
There she is.
Around the borders of the watermark are dozens. The rectangle. rectangular watermark is overlaid with the logo. You catch a faint glimmer from a broken bit.
Ah, Martinez.
마르티네즈.
Let me see. Right here.
음흠.
Oh yes. Coal City.
There are many of them. The first row has 18 dots. The next is the longest. There are so many, it's hard to... The last row. As you look at them, you feel your index finger reflex and something you do again.
Those are perforations. They represent your
alpha male officers who are proud of.
The first row represents your years of service.
18년?
18 years.
오래했네.
Not bad at all. That's what it says. Yes, that does seem quite likely. This next row, the one that wraps all the way around.
종결된 사건?
200. It's quite a lot, even for someone who's been on the force for nearly 2 decades. Usually, clearing more than 10 cases a year puts you in the 9th.
You know the answer already.
That's right. How did you know? For an RCM officer, especially Precinct 40, there are certain officers who treat their kills like some kind of ghoulish, but it seems as though you are, or at least were, one of the good ones. So, yes.
It's not a problem for him to state it, however.
Everyone has their own method of coping. Personally, I find it helps to keep up a few hobbies. Par exemple, why not historical reenactment? You've already got that turn of the century revolutionary hat.
아, 네. 안녕하세요. 디스코드 들어오셨다고요? 반가워요. 술 한 잔?
If you want to pour out the booze you've been carrying around on duty, I'm certainly not going to stop you.
A dark pool of cheap wine appears at your feet. It shimmers in the light of the Kanema.
Neither am I. Are we done here?
The lieutenant nods.
Right. I'll go turn off the lights.
As you turn, a bright light catches your eye, making from a distant sunset, a stage light, flash photography, nowhere in particular. It's just what are you? Deaf? They're perfect. Like rocks, yeah. A cool, trash superstar. Big cop down, yeah. You know. Beneath it is just heartbreak. A pulmonary tract infection.
슈퍼스타? 싫어. 아, 2번 눌렀다고요? 아이고, 그래요. 한 번 누르면 좋았을 텐데. 짝수로 누르셨네요. 감사합니다. 어쨌든 뭐 유튜브를 방문은 했다는 거니까. 보는 사람이 많아질까요? 썩 재밌는 영상은 없는 것 같아서 참 아쉽네요. 술도 마셔볼까? 스피드도 먹고. 근데 이 짭짭새를 어디서 봐야 되는 거야 도대체. 그게 문제. 짭짭새. 스피드 운동 사기. 운동 사기 3번. 그러면 감정, 체력 이걸로 하나 먹어볼까?
Now that you've acquired some stimulants, it's time for a little pick-me-up. Time to see, that's your problem. A lack of confidence. Speed can help you. It's not ideal. This is so unprofessional of you.
좋아요. 이거 캐치락이 없을 때 해야겠다. 인정? 그러면 색칠하게 보내놓고
It's getting late, and it's
Good night, officer.
다시 나가서 아 근데 짭짜새를 봐야 되는데 총 없이 자기는 너무 그런데 얘네도 다 자러 갔구나. 오우 쉣 그러면 안돼. 술을 어디서 구하지? 스피드나 하나 하자. 뭐야? 안 먹어지는데?
it's getting late, and
지금 못 먹나? 아하 3분? 어떻게 먹는 거지? 사용한다가 있나? 어떻게 먹는 거야? 자고 일어나면은 뜨려나?
the bed is comforting. If the bed underneath you is soft,
Like a deftly cast fishing net, sleep pulls you out of the world and into its dark shore.
How have things been going for you?
this bastard is a
Because you know you are a murderer. A disco music listening psycho killer who offs poor people.
Hear that? He doesn't even flinch. It's much, much worse than that.
Don't tell him.
They're right. This is their function. To keep you from
We're trying to help you. All these processes.
The last dream will be total annihilation. Cinders peeling off the fuselage. We won't be there to help you anymore, Harry. We will be dormant. You will be
Of hell. An ancient sadness, brother. 10,000 years later.
완전한 무결자 돌레스 데이와 이제 겹쳐지는 그 과거에 실패했던 연인인 돌로레스. 그녀도 이제 사골구맛 껌을 좋아했기 때문에 살구 종주국이라는 이름을 듣고 있는 지역을 끼고 있는 뭔가 이제 살구형으로 대변되는 돌레스 데이와 그 과거의 돌로레스가 이제 겹쳐지면서
Everything is so okay. Your eyelids flutter open for a moment.
마들렌 효과처럼 그 살구향 때문에 안 좋았던 망각하려고 이제 묻어놨던 그 PTSD를 불러일으킨 기억이 계속
The last thought in your head before waking is maybe you shouldn't have
그러니까
seen
스테인드
this
글라스를 봐가지고
in the church.
겹쳐보던 그녀가 떠올라 버린 잊고 싶은 그런 상처. 마약부터 하고 가자.
You've acquired some stimulants. If you raise the peptide bottle, press one nostril closed, and now the taste is slowly receding into your throat. The rush is whoa. This shit is strong. This shit is this to this. There are massive downsides. It's a spring.
술도 마셔야 되는데. 만만한 에브라트한테 한번 가보자. 그 전에 얘한테 말 좀 걸어볼까? 아, 킴 때문에 안 돼 진짜. 그냥 포기하자 깔끔하게. 아쉬운데? 성공했어. What the?
What if I told you it is actually possible to go on a date sober? Before recorded history, men and women were able to do simple.
I have, and
Now, go for it.
just a walk. I don't know, officer. I would not have taken you for an innocent perambulator. Where would this walk take us, officer?
Officer, I thought we had a work of our own in mind.
Oh no, you come with us. Seriously, I insist. You need to understand that nothing is going...
Having the lieutenant along is a fail-safe measure against any possible funny business.
셋이 가자고? 아, 젠장.
I guess I can come along.
아, 젠장. 같이 가자고 이거를? 눈치 없는 거. 15분쯤 뒤에?
She doesn't wait for an answer. You better get ready.
바로 가자고. 에이. 기치락이야. 오케이. 릴리아나 만나보자. 이럴 때는 잠깐 물러나 주는 것도 매너 아닐까? 물론 신뢰에 맞지 않는 동료지만 아쉽구만. 통화할 줄 몰랐다고. %의 확률을 뚫고 이걸 성공한다고? 진짜 희한한 게임이다. 이게 주사위구나.
The woman gazes steadily at the waves. A sudden
Aye. So here you are. Son, know that you're not the first guy to bring a girl to Land's End. This is what
잠자리 명소.
we call
어허.
a makeout spot.
across the rusty water, that's La Delta, the financial district. In the mist-covered
힘 준비된 는 보여.
towers rise as a rebuke to the poverty of this coast.
Drinking men aren't known for keeping their appointments. Aye, you're the starriest of them all.
Her laughter is throaty and warm,
Here it comes.
so fast as to make it seem like the weather turns at her command.
Me? No, no, no. Knew the weather'd clear up once we got here. Otherwise, it would have been a less pleasant stroll.
You should say something, anything. Maybe the tequila sunset thing.
It's a common Ravisholian expression. Means drinking. So, are you going to keep the name? Well then, Harry.
The sun reflected in the waves and the skyscrapers rising across the bay is mesmerizing.
Isn't it strange for this all-powerful thing, the sun, to be so generous towards us? You know, the best.
The sun also falls on the Capeside tenements and war-torn ruins. An old sea fortress juts out, seemingly impervious to the sheen cast over everything else. The sun isn't always that great. Think of people living in desert climates with sparse vegetation and little drinking water.
Oh, that was a bit of pride and a bit of superstition. Now you're just nitpicking. But I concede. Maybe desert people.
There's salt in the air, and the cries of the gulls and the skuas,
좋구마.
grit of the sand and the green glint of broken bottles.
이런 얘기를 할 수 있는 상대가 있다는 게
To the dazzling streaks of light
서로에게 참 행운이겠네.
reflected there.
It's bringing us spring, summer. It's entirely on our side. No matter what we do or who we are. For absolutely no reason. It's unlike no other powerful being. Certainly no powerful organization or government. How can that be? I guess we wouldn't really be here if that thing wasn't on our team.
태양에 가는 이야기를 하자고. 개념아. 적색 판정이네. 데이트 끝내기 전에 해야 되는데.
These aren't real fishhooks, silly.
She's right. They're made mostly of plastic. The wind ruffles her hair as she looks.
Thank you. I'm half Ubi. My mother was from.
The wind ruffles her hair as she looks at.
I always do.
좋아한다고?
I like it.
몰로 여자인성.
The lieutenant makes a show of glancing at his watch.
와, 시계 재촉하지 마, 캐치라기.
Good one.
밧줄.
It was a riddle. She must not even know of that business.
한번 해볼까?
Better that way. Say
아,
something interesting. Impossible. She turns her head, and the plastic fish relax. This was still good.
Aye. Brains generally aren't very good, are they? The wind's gonna pick up soon, and I have to go, but have this. The sun's good, but it doesn't stick things. I've no use for it anymore. No.
The lieutenant, look, do not bring it into a gunfight, he thinks. Please understand, it's...
Doubt it. But thank you for the company. Farewell.
아이고. 쩝. 아쉽네요, 뭔가. 득템했네, 그래도.
As she walks off, the wind picks up, and the...
I hope this has been refreshing for you, detective.
Refresh.
Let's return.
좋아. 그러면 총 아직 못 퇴수했고 술 마셔야 되고 짭짭새 되면서 총 했어야 돼. 뭐야 이거 자동이동 안 되네. 에버라스트 한번 만나고 오긴 해야 돼.
I see you haven't left our little Martinez yet. Still running around. Like some kind of cross-country Aye. But don't let it grow too...
제동씨가 따라온다고요? 그는 그저 헌법을 좋아할 뿐입니다. 생 바티스트가 그냥 들었네. 술 하나 사가자. 뭐지? 왜 스피드가 그냥 있지? 뭐야 이거? 도대체 뭐야? 담배 한 갑? 필스는 한 병.
Well, what a solid can of wow. The gods of mass production. I don't know about this. There's a satisfying pop as the cap comes off. Nothing. Some a golden sun.
육체 상승.
Its rays filling
알코올.
sunshine. Your stomach melts from it into a happy goop from the vault.
갑자기 술 마셨는데 괜찮나 이거? 담배도?
There it is. A brave little arm.
담배도 피워?
This soldier is fat and sucking. People are watching. What a pussy. Get a load of this rock and roll cockpit. The lighter's dark green disposable plastic. Safety's up. Repercussions. There's a high risk of... It will help you concentrate. It only lets you concentrate because you're in nicotine withdrawal. Blah, blah, blah. Boring. Thick, warm...
와 담배 펴버려.
down into
쉣.
Immediately, you feel a warm nostalgia fill your head, body, and soul.
에라 모르겠다 씨. 네 개 있네 스킵 포인트. 좋아요. 이 정도면은 컨테이너 도전해볼만 하지 않나? 후사 여러 번 시도해가지고 전기도 그대로 있네. 개엄마 4 개엄마 한번 해볼까? 여기다 쓴 거 좀 아깝나? 그래도 난 해볼래. 선글라스 갖고 싶다.
Shine on these sunglasses lasts a lifetime.
성공했다.
Oh, very interesting choice, officer.
This is how a sea monster sees the world. You've been alright, but these actually.
Wow, officer.
음,
And they can be yours for
3레알?
3 real.
The lieutenant tilts his head and steps back, eyes.
You look like a musician. Like a blind musician. But you could do worse. Take them if you want.
지갑. 내면세계 1.
A man who knows his style.
그렇게 좋진 않네.
The speakers below are banged up and worthless.
스니커즈.
The sneakers triumph over them. They're the star of the show here.
Super cool. Now
The sneakers seem to vibrate in your hands with
the junk is yours, officer.
스피커.
You keep coming.
save the economy. That sounds off.
Haven't you heard, officer? We've got to be look around. Is this really the economy we want to leave to our children? That's good, officer. That's exactly what the economy.
음. 파는데 30 저거네. 비싸게 팔 수 있네. 싹 다 팔아볼까? 연극 마이너스. 지각이 하나 떨어지네. 여기도 가볼까?
see rows of toy. All the old typical Martinez
700레알.
sits
이거 살 수가 있나? 다른 선택지가 있겠지?
water shirt. All other shirts pale in comparison to the
물리수단, 소리.
with antlers and immense Zweihanders.
Welcome to Hill.
가보자. 입어볼까? 공간 마이너스 1.
Hello. Let me know if I can help you. Sure. Let me have a look. All right. Let's see it. Oh, no. I don't. Besides, this gear costs a fortune. There's no one in Martinez. I'm not purchasing anymore. Anything else you're thinking of selling? Another time, perhaps.
잔대에서 좋다고요? 저도 묘하게 이거만 하면 재밌더라고요. 별거 아닌데 왜 이렇게 재밌는지 모르겠어. 희한해요. 얘 왜 혼자 있니?
Officer, care to play a game with the lonely old man? Actually, never mind. Wouldn't be the same. The prick is gone.
He is trying to retain his jolly facade, but the underlying sadness
갔다고?
is so deep.
Well, most likely. His hungry little heart finally gave up.
초소에서 발견했다.
Workers,
Wait, did he push him?
yes, he was about to head home. Sometimes I thought he was wearing it just to piss me.
That means the uniform could still be in the garden.
음,
Something to keep in mind if you really plan to give yourself to Revachol.
No, René was the most stubborn man in.
He has doubts, but right now, he just wants to.
I repeat, an absolute cunt. The only people who could stand to be around. And she never lost sight of it. And I thought if the most beautiful being in. We've hated each other our entire. Yes, I love that. I love it, but I did. You know what this last words to. In Guillaume's time, you'd have been shut down.
기욤이 지었으면 넌 재판도 없이 총살이었어 라고 했다고 마지막에 헤어질 때.
Lived a cunt, and he died a cunt.
죽을 때도 개자식을 죽었다.
I took them for myself. Took them to remind.
Strange how old cunt sound.
다정하게 들린다.
Says it now.
사진 주자.
Let me see. This was 60 years ago. I'm sorry, officer. I just.
That was nice. A small thing for us.
잘했다고. 키출하기도 좋아한.
He probably didn't even know when he had the photo. Yes, we are both.
It is what it is. Part of life. I just don't know anymore. About anything, really. But you must need something. René wasn't really what you'd call a botanist, officer. That's their old name. There were many reasons.
코민주의자 때문에 인슐린대 백합을 싫어했다. 은방울꽃, 혁명의 종.
I guess in the hand, the Insulinian lilies were just another piece of the holdings. Yes. What about René?
Yes.
It is what I just don't know anymore.
아유 이런 평생 지기가 돌아가셨네. 아휴. 혼자 있구만. 그래서 에브라트한테 가는 겸 해서 경비초소도 한번 들러볼까? 그러면?
Looking for something? Oh yeah, they're a big deal. Sure fucking is. We have a guild and everything, huh? They're goddamn right. They've trusting street thugs with... it's about not the most
Not sheep. Actually, neither ostriches or sheep bury their heads in the sand. It's just a saying.
I'm not the only one. Look, I've read books. The science of racial theory. People who've studied these things say that you and me are superior by design. So, naturally, we Occidentals should be in charge. Obviously. So, lately we Occidentals have experienced an unfortunate downturn when members of the problem? The damn Kips are showing a real good game lately.
Cultural victory? What is this?
It's what the Kips of Boogie Street are going for, right under our noses. And the others too, on the radio. Heard any chansons? It's true. Also, you need to realize the dangers of mixing races. Who knows what might happen if people don't stay in their birthplace? You might end up with...
도시나 까잡수시지 그래.
Push your luck, runt.
뭐야 이거?
A colorful display.
Again, I'm obliged to inform you that the pale age I mean, I already said it'd hurt you. I don't know what else they do.
창백 속성 보드카.
Here you go, mister.
오케이. 19레알밖에 없네.
To the left.
플렉스 해버려.
A small cabinet on the wall is filled.
I don't really know what hip. No, sorry.
로사패드, 드루아미, 마그네시, 푸노, 감모. 지금은 다 필요 없어요. 많이 있기 때문에 5개씩 있으니까.
The tear machine stands in your bottles clunk.
어디 보자. 야, 씨. 와우, 쉣, 이거 들고 다녀야겠다. 예, 멋있는데? 창백 속성 보드카. 약간 그런 거네요. 그 우주정거장에서 숙성시킨 뭐 Y 이런 느낌인데 재밌구만.
Hola, wandering man. How can I help you? Los Ardis? They're sort of like you. Yeah, the janitor who gave me the key to his apartment said the guy's a bit of an asshole.
갈라치기다. 인종 갈라치기.
Like I said before, I don't know much about this weasel.
얘랑도 얘기해볼까?
the
Your body does not betray your degeneracy. That's a lie. You're in great shape.
you have succumbed. You reek of it. An invisible sword of Al-Ghul emerged.
It's not good.
It's like a rat crawled into your stomach, got drunk and drowned.
Your mouse moves, but the one Occidental haplogroup B.
Does this remind you of someone? The guy down there?
Look at my craniology. I am the pinnacle of my haplogroup. The pink blood you gave the world. Eugenics, electricity, and powerful. You dominated lesser cultures, like the deformed Hemians and the inexplicably potato-obsessed.
우세나 관련해서
will be superseded.
It is, baby, yeah. You know it.
Enough with this begging. Bring your troops to the Simonine Islands, and the walls will be lined with bottles of Al-Ghul, your beloved beverage.
You could internalize Measurehead's race theory. Not as such. What you do with the mastery of advanced race theory is up to you. You could reject the findings.
받아들인다가 높음이네. 미쳤어? 내가 이걸 왜 받아들여?
Advanced racist.
Don't be vulgar. White or not, Mr. Claire. Also, to serve is noble. It takes the jam. Individualism. You have gotten these ideas from degenerate offshoots of the Seminese people. I am not surprised you enjoy it so much. This has happened to many.
Measurehead stoically looks to the distance.
I think this racist is better than the last.
That will be the...
He will grant us 3 wishes.
Your pedomorphic friend has quick wits.
The lieutenant.
You should keep him close. The congenital defect of farsightedness does not render. I am not the first line of defense. I am the last.
You pick up on something artificial in his tone, like he's putting on an act. This is unlike him.
Fine. Find out.
Interesting.
Racists are
Welcome to Revachol.
I am not like them. I am
true. That is a noble cranium, but you got a hard noggin yourself.
You exhibit forward projection of the jaw, indicative of it is impossible to see any. This leads me to conclude you are not a police officer. You are at your racial heritage is uninteresting. It is the same as all Revacholians.
The man looks at
you are not Santiago. Santiago is not you. Even the Freni. Your race descent has only worsened since I last saw you. You have really let yourself go. Don't be vulgar. Mr. Claire also to serve jam. Individual. I am not surprised you enjoy it so much. We are the few. I am a descendant. The narrow streets. No. I have heard I'm from Couronne. And no, it isn't. You have heard enough about our phylogenetic secrets for today.
어이가 없네. 공감 상쇄. 지각 상쇄는 없네. 죠?
This is the night. Take it.
I suppose René is not going to be needing it anymore. It's a bit too colorful for my taste, though. Fantastic. Try not to wear it with others.
민족국가 레벨쇼레 1. 야, 이거 뭐냐? 마조프의 민족의 도덕주의자의 또 뭐야? 셔츠도 있겠지? 그러면? 자본주의자인가 이게? 신발이? 네 가지가 다 있구나. 옷이. 쉐. 지렸다. 잡탕맨이네. 아, 셔츠, 장갑, 안경. 셔츠, 장갑, 안경은 좀 받고 싶은데.
Wow, this jacket makes you feel strong. As if you're apologies. You're right. It's time to clean up the streets and restore the city to... It's clear you like the hard stuff, Brota. Lower intestine? Fascism, Brota.
파시즘.
Many things, but it's mostly about... Yes, women, men of war. That's what fascism boils down to. Stomach truth. Because you've said the hard things that others won't say. Okay, that sounds much better. Traditionally, you're going to keep your views, right? There's a slow, painful growl somewhere in your intestine.
무슨 파시즘이야.
It is one of betrayal and disappointment.
오래 피우듯.
You're back before the cargo container. It's
수사. 수사학 하나밖에 없. 네, 저거 칼이에요. 들고 있는 거. 칼 받았어요. 하나밖에 없. 수사. 그거는 아니고 위장용 칼이래요. 18%네? 아, 얘도 실패한. 미쳐버리겠다 진짜. 어떻게 해야 성공하는 거야? 물어버려. Ebrat.
So, the ship.
There's a mean little light.
Did it look like a germ?
His tone is totally different now. The jolly man of the people is gone.
조이스 되게 싫어하는구나. 개빡쳤네.
You wanted us to relay all this information to her.
That this is a takeover? That I want a war? God, I hope you also told her about the drug trade. You can kill 1 million people, but if you do something the police doesn't like, well, then you're out of the yacht club. Goodbye, you inhuman fuck.
진심으로 그 팔을 굉장히 그 조이스를 혐오하는 것 같아요.
No, Harry. What we have is real. We're working, Harry. I can't see into the future. I did. I knew the negotiations would go better with police officers telling her horror stories from inside the harbor. It's scarier this way. Harry, I bunked her cabin.
도청자치 심었다.
I had cameras surveying her boat.
They must have done it while Joyce was busy questioning the locals.
Not me personally. I had guys recording and Hell no! They'd fuck it up. They can't do anything right. I mean,
Where are these boys?
they sure as hell aren't hanging out in the open with beers in their hands for the cops to question. They're pros, Mr. Kitsuragi. Harry, you made a conscious decision to relay that information to her. You could have kept it for yourself. She's not insane. What did she tell you? Heh, she's a sentimental alcoholic. They all are, Harry. Never take a drop and you'll be 8 laps ahead of the upper-class winos, just like old Mr. Clare here. Don't just say it, Harry. Do it. We gotta be more.
And you've already lost for so long.
패배한 지 이미 오래됐단 말이죠. 매우 어려움을 성공해버렸어.
What was always going to happen? We take the harbour and she fucks off to Ozon, uncorks a bottle of... Only difference is the Union doesn't have to lose 2,000 men to machine gun fire. That it will, Harry. That it will. As to the bad taste, please, you knew something. Something big. And you wanted to see what happens when you tell someone. So you told her. Anyone who... It's better than money. It's better than pussy. Money only makes you
푸시보다
special
낫다.
for some salesmen.
그래요.
Pussy only makes you special for yourself. Information makes you special.
돈은 판면대나 당신의 특별한 존재로 볼 테고, 네. 정보는 가진 자의 인류 전체에게 특별한 존재로 왔는 역사를 향한 입장권. 표현이 좀 그 과격하긴 한데 멋있는 비유네요.
Damn right it does, Harry. What you did was participate in history. When history calls, you have to pick up. You had no choice.
You know what, detective? I am going to leave this out of my report.
Just look at the 3 of us. The 3 careless boyaderos. Good times, good times. Now we let bygones be bygones because there's work to do. For me and for you. I suppose there was a reason you came here, so let's have it. What can I help my best friend? My dear Harry. Harry, you...
Smooth talking. Maybe that's the way to go.
하하.
I knew you'd be back to talk with old Leo here. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. It's like Lady Larice said. Sure, mister. Absolutely. I'm always willing to help out nice fellows such as yourself. Oh, I'm just making some covers for them containers here. Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
The containers in the yard are green in Wild Pine's livery. It's like some red infection was. There appear to be cisterns underneath the Union container covers.
Yes, they are hiding it from the inside.
No, not really. Mr. Everett doesn't tell me all the big things. Oh, I don't know, mister. They say it's some chemicals. Oh, no trouble at all, mister. Oh, most of the guys are down at the gates. We're on a strike.
So no one
Not everyone is down there, of course. But Titus and his boys got into some drunken trouble and Everett sent them on a nice vacation. Oh, I'm not really supposed to... Him and his boys stirred up something in town. Probably drank too much.
이미 다 아는 정보인데.
Or something. I heard Mr. Everett telling them to take some time off. I guess the boys got a bit too rowdy and had to let out some steam.
Easy, Leo. Let's keep this under.
Look at him. It's not going to be anything useful anyway. Don't fight it. Too late. Leo's mouth is still moving. Now he's talking about some drunk sawmill owner who...
Yes, yes. Everybody needs a job. I'm like Mr. Everett's right-hand man, when actually Miss Beaufort is the right-hand...
Who is this, Miss?
A real pretty lady.
싹 다 부는 애였네. 얘한테 물어볼 걸 그랬다 처음.
But I can't listen to the radio all the time.
Stay on this Miss Beaufort topic.
Oh, Lizzie. She is a...
He respects that.
But she's a real nice girl.
다 아는 내용이잖아.
Was to have a child, I'd be real happy. Dr. Lemaitre said so, and she knows about such things. Been a doctor for almost 50 years, she has.
Yes, this place really seems to...
Well, thanks a lot. Sometimes I feel some of the guys don't really get how much I bust my ass for them here. Oh, yes, yes. Oh, yes. I've been taking... It's very, very good. Makes a man feel so warm. Yes, yes. I'm taking it.
보르시.
The borscht keeps them happy and oh, the whirlings cook. Oh, sure, mister.
He didn't actually understand what you meant, and now he's just nodding along.
Mr. Everett doesn't really want me to talk to people about Union Guy. Mr. Edgar is Mr. Everett's brother. He looks a bit younger, he does. All kinds of places he left with the first...
South Saffron? A lot of bulk chemical. The trade must have been lucrative for the trip to be so long.
He's a youth. Honestly, I don't know what he does. Whoa, he's really something. Once he said he's a dragon to this mob fellow who came picking a fight. Oh, Titus is a longshoreman through and through. He was born on a... I'd best not. I mean, I could, but I don't think Mr. The night guard. He was a peculiar fellow. Headstrong and proud. We didn't really talk...
아, 여기 떡밥이 다 있구나. 얘네가 심장병이 있었구나. 그래서 죽은 거군요. 좀 일찍 물어볼 걸. 이미 다 해결하고 나서 자동 저장해. 지금 수사 더 올리지도 못하는데 어떡하냐. 수나 어스름은 뜨지도 않고 배수 파이프 조이스는 튀었고 앙드레 거울 창문 수사 제안 이거 제안도 한번 해볼까? 헤렌다 시리즈 통증한 개치하고 가스통 수사학도 한번 해보자. 열렸네. 시각화 개념화 오케이. 보르시스프 보르시 먹어보고 싶긴 하다. 러시아에서 먹는 거잖아요. 일단 수사 관련된 옷이 이거 하나지. 제한 세팅도 해야 되는데. 제한. 정말 시간 가는지 모르겠네. 이것만 하면 그냥 엔딩 볼까 오늘? 끝까지 해가지고 아니면 한 번 더 끌까? 12시 전에 케이크 자르긴 해야 되는데. 일단 보르실부터 하자.
The man ponders his cooking utensils. The mention of mañana gets his attention. The man says, I'm pretty sure he doesn't know your language. You can just say something cool in return.
Horse need more vodka? Okay, so it's vodka that keeps the men happy and in good spirit.
Of course, vodka. Now that turning it up seems like a dangerous idea, honestly. The place is a powder keg. He smiles, nodding vigorously, then pours half
감사합니다. 카톡에 답 좀 해주라고. 뭐 하는데? 잠시만요. 와, 뭐 많이 왔네. 그러네. 세팅 메시지. 네, 오늘 생일이에요. 카톡이 많이 왔구나. 다른데. 감사합니다. 생일 축하를.
He smiles and nods enthusiastically and chattering away in
맞아요. 12시 전에 이제 가족끼리 축하하려고 그랬는데 게임하다 보니까 10시가 다 돼가네. 기다리고 있는 것 같긴 한데 엔딩 내일 봐야겠네. 일단은 지금 할 것들 다 해놓고 저장을 해야겠어요. 또 뭐지? 스테인글라스 안 하고 토르미온모 개념화 가스통 할아버지 먼저. 가스통 할아버지라고 하니까 좀 이상한데 가스통 할아버지. 어버이 연합이 해체된 지가 좀 오래되지 않았나? 벌써 추억이구나. 근데 공교롭게도 이제 가스통 할아버지 절친이었던 르네 할아버지가 약간 어버이 연합 느낌인데 이름은 이분이 가스통.
Oh, sorry, officer. What do you want? Isn't right.
옳지 않다고?
Honey, what?
The lieutenant gives you a long, slow shake
헐.
of his head.
Yes. What about honey?
Yes.
고인모독해버렸어. 나도 모르게. 옷을 보여줘 버렸어.
About anything really. Officer, I just can't do this right now.
아, 샌드위치 뺏는 선택지 없어졌구나. 그러면 제안이라도 해보자. 아니다, 개념화 먼저 해보자. 개념화 통증 한계치. 개념화. 개념. 개념화 먼저 해보고.
Still here, stuck in this damn jam. Nope. Some of the other drivers do though.
Hey, isn't he, like, smoking right now?
Okay. But this is my last one.
그때라고.
You should quit before both of us have lung cancer.
아, 실패했다.
Just no. I can. This guy has amazing willpower. Honestly, he's the only.
실패해버리네 이게. 와, 그러면 와, 스카우 머신. 통증 한계치. 통증 한계치. 헬렌다 시리즈 책. 쪽인가?
The display rack is brimming with worn
97이다. 거의 뭐
and extremely muscly. A twinge
성공이죠.
of your head makes you. Your hand reaches toward a book with glossy cover art. Of the between the throne and the Hyundala man lies a bonfire.
악마연이
Cast, especially those leering types who seem to wear
비키니 가모만 입고 우며하게 바라보는 우리.
There's also it's symbolic of the display rack before you is burdened under piles of man from.
사버려.
Bestseller for a reason.
오케이, 좋아요.
The edges of the pages, the jacket copy proclaims, man from Hyundala. He is ambushed by a tribe of female warriors and taken to the ancient citadel. You open the book to a random page. Man from Hyundala, his arms whirling like windmills. Good God, this is some retrograde. You flip to the copyright page.
38년
This book was written in 38. Berserker rage burns in his azure-hued eyes as he brings glory and honor to his long man from Hyundala rides on a gilded griffin. His golden mane, the steel muscles of man from Hyundala gleam in the humid jungle air. A passage reads, the man from Hyundala looks up, his eyes blue as the mountain lakes. Of thine spells are no match for purity and strength of will. I have grand plans for you, man from Hyundala. She gestures her diabolical hand toward an array of potions and unguents. First, you shall please me.
쩌는데.
Then, in the final pages, man from Hyundala mounts Galavarin, his might. To find out what happens next, you
새눈박이고.
man from Hyundala and the three-eyed skull.
오케이. 그런 내용이군요. 완료됐다. 인슐린드의 기적. 백색 판정이 해제된다고? 게이드. 쉣, 잠깐만, 그러면 내가 실패했던 판정 다 열리는 거네? 아, 그럼 얘 해보고 할걸. 아, 진짜 제안이었는데 얘한테 시도해보고 할걸. 아까운데? 제야. 제한이 하나밖에 없네.
Hi, Ace Detective. Are you here for more book? Which book was it, sir? Oh, I'm very sorry, sir. I haven't read
아,
that
못
one yet.
읽고 있구나.
I wish I could
이건
help.
안 열리는데? 뭐야, 백색 판정 다 열린다고 하지 않았어? 왜 안 열려? 어? 아닌데? 다 안 열렸는데. 일단 제한해보자. 제한 더 안 올라가는데. 뭐야? 버그인가? 나갔다 들어와야 되나?
Hello again, esteemed officer. Oh, I'm very sorry, sir. Some of these old paperbacks just don't have.
딩멀렌 책이요. 내용을 알 수가 없네.
A small mountain of colorful board game boxes. There are numerous types of games.
돈이 없구나.
A lot of shelf space.
보드 게임도 사고 싶은데.
Shelves filled to the brim. Shelves full of bio. Browsing through all the books with suddenly a high-speed next to that.
I really I'm sorry. I didn't.
살 수 있는 게 없네.
This bookstore is not amidst the point of the book. Various.
종주권 게임 말고는 이제 살 수 있는 게 없네요. 그러면 전당포 가가지고 스피커 팔아가지고 종주권 게임이랑 저거 사보자. 아니 근데 딩멀렌 이야기는 그럼 누구한테 들어야 되는 거야? 그걸 실패해버려가지고.
You'll never find the answer. There's no other copy of Dick Mullen and the Mistaken. There isn't. If only, maybe if there had been more money. Or more. Or that. Yes. Either way, you might have been able to come up with an answer.
딩멀렌 이야기. 일단 전당포. 아는 친구 없을까? 딩멀렌 이야기를? 너무 아쉬운데? 한정 실패해가지고 책이 뜯어져가지고. 얘한테 스피커 팔자.
Hello, hello. Sure, let me have a look. Anything else you're thinking of selling? Another time, perhaps.
좋아, 그러면 보드게임 두 가지 다 살 수 있으니까 둘 다 사고. 근데 왜 백색 판정 안 풀리냐? 인슐린데 기적 했는데 진짜 이상한 게임. 그리고 원래 풀려 있었잖아. 보고서 온 건데 꼬인 건가? 다시 말 걸어볼까?
Hi, Ace Detective. Are you here?
블로그 해봐야 되나?
Of colorful board.
Wonderful choice, sir. If you say so. But
한정 해제돼. 해제가 아니고 저건데. 미러. 조건.
In your hands, the cover features the exact location and time period are left. The box, even before you open it, the plastic wrap rips off as there's a hiss as the lids. Savor that new board game smell. Welcome to Suzerainty, a game of the colorful illustrations.
사기상등 왜 이렇게 많아?
Workers, you begin to suspect there may be a political agenda to this. The instructions are opaque at first. You soon figure out the basic conceit. Each player represents an admin. That's where the suzerain's vassals come in. Each turn, the player collects resources from vassals where they've placed work. As you leaf through the pages, your eye catches on a sidebar. Remember, there are many paths to victory in suzerainty. The actual scoring system appears infinitely complex. With this, you open up a number of pouches containing wooden tokens. There are each cardboard token makes a satisfying.
What? You're not going to offer to let me punch any of them out?
In addition to the worker and building tokens from the Empire of Saffre, orange apricot tokens from
Oh, those are nice.
좋아한다.
You hold the open game box before the lieutenant looks over the room.
Holy shit. The average I'm not sure we can afford to set aside that kind of time for a game.
제한 3레벨짜리. 성공. 쉣.
You feel like my thinking has become.
See?
들어가자.
He's doing the hard work himself.
All right. You've convinced me. How do we play?
You explain the basic setup procedures to the lieutenant, who's seen in the center is the crown of Revachon. Radiating outward are apricots from Saffre.
푸에르토리코 뭐 로마 그런 보드 게임 같은.
Sugars from the Seminine Islands. Magenta cocaine.
마야 달력 그런 느낌인가?
There's also a neat little log to keep track of your progress. The lieutenant goes first.
재밌어 보인다.
He draws a contract card.
All right, detective.
You have a few options available to you. Will you try to fulfill contracts right away, or rearrange your workers to maximize production on future? Remember what the rulebook said. You'll want to choose a strategy early on and stay committed to it.
일꾼들을 쉬게 할까? 계약이익을 시도할까? 계약이익.
Draw a contract card, or you place all your workers on the Ilmarat territory. On your next turn, you could...
Not bad.
But not good enough. As he completes his own contract card.
That's a market. It's worth 2 victory points. Don't worry, it was mostly just luck. You'll earn some points soon enough. Points are nothing. They don't exist. They're just an arbitrary convention that games use to reward or punish players for certain game designers, I imagine. There are some paranoid types who believe the moral intern keeps detailed score sheets for everyone. Otherwise, no. There are no points, just your actions. That's just the way it is. Now, I believe it.
Glancing over the board, you see several possible strategies. Pressing more workers into service would increase your economic output and help you to survive a possible conflict. With those aren't your... You could also show your workers how much you appreciate them by investing. Well, sure, you can do that. It's just not a terribly effective strategy. But then, it's up to you.
That's up to you, detective. But remember, you should probably pick one strategy and stick to it. Trying to do a little of everything is usually a bad idea. The workers are just there to produce raw resources. You're not supposed to.
이거는 단순히 보드 게임이니까 계속 이제 계약 이행을 한다라는 전략을 밀고 나와도 되지만 사실 굉장히 무서운 그런 은유를 담고 있는 것 같아요. 이런 보드 게임이 그 현실을 기반으로 만들어지잖아요. 문명도 그렇지만. 모럴린 테른이 이제 종주국 게임처럼 포인트를 이제 먹여서 점수 따기 하는 것처럼 그 현실 세계에서도 모든 것에 이제 점수를 먹인다라고 하는 얘기나 킴 키츠라가 단순히 이제 보드게임이니까 일꾼들은 그냥 원자재 생산기에 있는 존재입니다라고 하는 거나. 근데 어떻게 보면 기업도 이제 이윤 추구를 하는 일종의 그 집단이잖아요. 그리고 그 이윤 추구라는 그런 어떤 승리 조건이 있는 것이고, 그래서 포인트를 따기 위해서 일종의 그 뭐 게임을 한다고도 볼 수 있죠. 물론 그게 장난스럽거나 이제 뭔가 그 가볍다는 의미는 아니지만 어쨌든 그 게임을 하고 있다는 거죠. 게임 이런 뭐 제로섬 게임 이런 얘기까지 나오는 게 단순히 뭐 그게 뭐 그 중요하지 않거나 뭔가 이제 그 유희의 어떤 목적이다라는 것이 아니라 생존 게임이라고 하잖아요. 진지하고 굉장히 무겁지만 어쨌든 간 게임의 일종이라는 거죠.
The lieutenant assumes you're playing
그래서
as written. But what's the point of playing if you can't make your own choices?
뉴욕이 하는 말은 자기만 선택할 수 없다면 게임하는 이유가 뭘까요? 라고. 근데 이게 되게 웃긴 게 그 자유의지에 대한 얘기를 해보면 결국 그 디스코 엘리시움에 있는 모든 선택도 주어지는 것이잖아요. 내가 고른다라고 생각하면서 나의 어떤 그 자유를 행사한 것처럼 느껴지지만 진정한 의미의 자유가 가능한지에 대한 그 담론은 또 의견이 많이 갈릴 수 있는 부분이다 보니까 흥미로운 경험을 주는 그런 어드벤처 게임인 건 맞지만 모든 그 게임에는 본질적으로, 그러니까 우리의 인생 자체도 어떻게 보면은 그 자유의지가 가능한가에 대한 그런 그 위심을 자꾸 이제 자극한다는 말이죠. 이런 말들이. 하지만 일단은 계약 이행하는 데 집중해 보겠습니다.
Who cares about workers or territories when the real action is in Revachol? You spend after several turns, you have a neat pile of cardboard coins. You place a cylindrical piece of wood on the Revachol section in the middle of this is more or less what happened in real life as well. To this
그치, 여기서 대놓고 말해줘.
want to see their nation's priceless treasures. They have to visit.
Well played, detective.
Now it's the lieutenant's turn to respond. He moves aggressively onto the Saffrate. For several turns, you struggle to respond to the lieutenant's
살구 종주국.
empire. Eventually, you relocate the majority. You draw a new contract card. According to the text, there's an aristocrat willing to trade a large supply of cocaine for a number. You know, this isn't unlike the situation the historical Revacholian suzerain. Well, the suzerain was looking for new markets for all the cocaine it was produced. By introducing cocaine into Saffrate under exclusive contract, the suzerain created an extremely valuable captive market for an if you could somehow get the lieutenant's workers addicted.
아하, 아편 전쟁, 영국과 중국 청나라처럼.
Also force the lieutenant to pay you for your cocaine.
보드 게임이지만 그 현실을 치밀하게 반영하는 굉장히 그 흥미로운 게임이네요.
Yes, you can. You've reached a critical strategic juncture. How do you respond to the lieutenant's aggression?
계약행 택하면 굉장히 비윤리적이지만 어쨌든 승점을 많이 따고 이기지 않을까요? 로큰롤 베이비 해버려? 로큰롤 베이비.
Several turns, you slowly begin accumulating the cocaine necessary to complete the contract. When you do,
짤랑킬.
you're trash talking. The end game is upon you. How will you spend the vast flipping through the manual? You find the most expensive structure in the game. Alternatively, you could try launching a trade war to crush the lieutenant's economy, or you could blow all that money on a public education system.
무역 전쟁이나 공교육 체계.
The choice is yours.
보드게임에서 단순히 이기기 위해서 그 일꾼의 공고효과 그리고 이제 무역 전쟁을 뒤로하고 승리기둥을
using the substantial coins and resources you've accumulated from Dilith. With a triumphant flourish, you remove a rectangular token from one of the satchels and place it.
They are nice tokens, yes. Now, let's...
Computing the final scores is almost a game unto itself. After double, then triple, 35 victory points.
I've got 26 points. Looks like you won convincingly. Now, let's clean up and...
You hold the open game box before you.
쉐. 종주권 게임. 위럴도 해볼까?
Large letters on the front form a title. We're out. Text underneath the title in smaller typeface reads, mysterious things settled inside. None of that witless man from Heimdall, fascist dross, hidden behind faux. Yes, the Wirral setting is known for its complicated system of political alliance. A blurb on the back reads, tired of the tedium and toil of modern life? Succumb to a world of high external fantastique. Unleash your imagination and create an adventure of endless possibilities.
도전을 하자.
That's the spirit. All you have to... In no time, you could be romping through grasslands with low-level characters, hunted by Iska.
호 같은 렐름. 발더스 1처럼 동네 영웅 정도로 시작하는 건가?
Dungeons fraught with Don't forget heated arguments escalating to physical confrontation with your friends.
그렇지. TRPG 하면 이제 약간 이제 말싸움 하다가 몸싸움까지 되지. 뭐? 그런 게 어딨어 이러면서. 날 배신하다니 이러면서.
To rage quit if the dice don't. You pry open the box. Inside you find a folded up a reprint of a crude hand-drawn map. The top left corner, it doesn't seem to correspond. A quick guide to the magical races of the options are in the Welkin. Tall, lithe, and graceful, with long flowing hair and pointy ears.
엘프겠죠, 웰킨이? 엘프랑 오크랑 합쳐놓은 건가? 어쨌든 엘프 같네요. 두어프랑 엘프. 드워프네.
Also come in a few different subraces. They're just humans.
Humor.
What else is there to tell? A very small race of flying people, known for being mischievous, full of trickery.
요정 피그미. 엘프도 요정인데 사실.
Are short, rotund, and dim-witted. Pygmies live in small villages made of shoddy wooden dwellings. They spend most of their days tilling the earth and smoking. It's made from some sort of wood and has been decorated with peculiar... You don't know much about dice, but this one looks pretty damn... You place the die into your pocket. It's always good to have... You see a man in ragged clothes wearing...
Interesting. A communard. One of the left... The figurine is not a part of the real game setting. I guess someone misplaced it. I have a feeling the figurines are more there to set the scene than anything else.
You pick the figurine up by the base to meet your gaze. The little plastic man, a colorful box with the title Wirral.
미러를 어떻게 하지 그럼?
Letters on the front form a title Wirral.
미러를 못 하나? 미러 같이 하자.
Yes. Okay. Great. Imagine all the time you'll have for work now. Matter of fact, we should get back to it. What? You didn't stop at... But am I?
That's the truth.
Yes? What about me? Good. Let...
Hi, Ace Detective.
아, 이거 해보고 싶은데. 풀 쓰는 방법 없나? 백색 판정 열어준다며. 어쨌거나 어쨌거나 저쨌거나 어디로 가야 되나? 왜 이렇게 오는 게 힘드냐? 아, 안 되는데. 밤까지 시간 보내야 되는데, 그거는.
Apparently,
Pigs come to take me out. Trying to snuff me out. Then why are you sneaking up on me like that?
쿠노한테 가야겠다. 공감 풀세트하고 가야겠다. 공감 풀세트. 공감 풀세트. 공감 신발에 공감 안경에 공감 옷에 공감 떨어지는 템이 공감 떨어지는 템이 있네. 그러면 셔츠 연극? 셔츠는 뭘로 할까? 수사 논리 별론데? 개념화 제한 그냥 영국으로 입고 있자. 딩벌렌 그리고 아네트 제한 체크 하고 싶은 게 너무 많은데
Does Kuno care? The fuck about it? You're testing.
Get lost.
Yeah? Yeah, whatever. Kuno doesn't. The fuck do you want? Good call, Pigmeister. Yeah.
You were lucky you didn't.
Wish Kuno could. Kuno.
얘기할 게 없네. 공간 풀세트하고 짭짭새 22시까지는 뭐 하면서 버텨야 되는데
Hi again, Gendarme. Admiring the atmosphere. What about you, officer? A bit too dramatic, don't you? But then again, you're a cop. It definitely fits the genre. Human psychology is definitely lazy, don't you think? Bye-bye, Gendarme. Hi again, Gendarme. You did? And how did you like him? Ah, shoot. Bye-bye, Gendarme.
뭔가 변하는 게 하나도 없나?
Yes? What is it?
God damn it, you.
Can I actually...
Yes, of course. preposterous.
That's...
Whoa, how does she know your name?
That was absolute shit. Horrible. Truly horrible.
Jean, he's not right.
She actually did.
Yes, I called you by your God. Everybody knows your name. Please go finish your investigation. So every...
Again? I can't believe this shit.
Hey, was there got the 20 real? Then why are you wasting...
올라가 보자.
Officer, what brings you up here in the rain?
잠긴 게 2개나 있네. 연극 먼저 해볼까?
Officer, what brings you up here?
Who? What? She probably didn't give you her real name either. Why would she? Arrest her immediately, before she further entangles you in her web of lies.
There may be grounds here.
A little whimper. The young woman hears you. She's looking around.
I did. What is this? There was an older woman on the other end.
That is the emergent. Anyone could know that, sire. By look.
What time did you make the call?
Thursday night.
It checks out.
But I know the time of the call too.
You sense a little hesitation there. Welcome to the wake-up club, brother.
What?
Her hand trembles. She's only pretending she didn't hear you.
I agree. You wouldn't give...
Okay. Okay, it's not. You log your work every week. It's all transmitted to Common, sir. Like I lied before. Like I did at LCSB. I have to lie all the time. No. It's submerged in a plastic buoy on the coast, in the reeds.
Falsified document.
Passport and visa. Given to me by my employer.
Why would they do that?
I didn't show up to a rendezvous. They don't take that lightly.
Mm.
I didn't show up.
She fears an arrest right here and now. This has been
West of the boardwalk. In the reeds. On the coast there. I put it there when it's useless.
The lieutenant make...
You're welcome to it. It's HongSy&GamMarLengE.
Could it mean Glasia is an acronym for HongSy&GamMarLengE?
It was a sentimental thing.
A nickname. Who can...
A teenage boy. 1,000,000 years ago. That's cool.
She doesn't feel like a Glasia. She feels like nothing.
I am. They can never take my...
Yes, they can, for lying. She nods, her back straight, ready for whatever is next.
Plasia. It was my first real boyfriend who gave me that name. He was a writer. He made Oranisle. I know him shit. I know.
She purposefully fucking That's right, gang. Stern and merciless now. Stern and merciless as we reel her in. The lieutenant produces a pair of handcuffs.
Please, no.
But there's nowhere to go. A two-story...
I think I know who did it. Who shot Led.
She knows something. She's silent for a second, as if looking into gearing up for this betrayal is hard for her.
누가 쏜 거지? 진짜 알고 있는 건가? 아니면
Ruby.
루비? 뭐라고?
She has this thing for me. Ever since I met her and the boy. Sex. And more. I
클라스에게
made her
야스를
see the
원했다.
confiding in her. I told her I was on the run. She started protecting when I started spending time with Lely. She told me to end it.
I don't understand. What exactly in your relationship made you think she's romantic?
She said she's in love with me. She even asked me to run away with her when I told her I'm a fugitive.
And you led her on?
A little. I was flattered, you know? But then I had to let her off, and it was not easy. I came to regret being friendly with her.
루비랑 키스했구나.
We maybe kissed, nothing more.
This is just a mess.
I know what it sounds like. That's why I didn't want to tell you before. Somehow, she knew Lely was dead. She wasn't surprised at all.
That is a little strange. People don't usually keep things together under stress like that.
She came over one night, drunk, said she'd turn my... And she's a pro. She must be. To keep the Hardys in line.
Some of that fear, what are you talking about? She's afraid you'll arrest her.
You said there was a secret route there. She could have come up through there, then taken the...
Then slipped back downstairs without anyone knowing.
Interesting theory. Did she know that Dory?
Yes. She's been up here many times. She used to come to drink on the roof. The people. My bed is right next to...
You mean to suggest?
No. No. Why would she do...
She's not really sure.
확신하지 못한다.
Right above the bed. She could have seen all sorts of things from there. Okay, arrest the light. She's stuck here. She's already in prison. Look around. She's her. Stop letting her distract you.
풀어주면 도망가겠지.
Thank you.
Something tells you you will. She nods, then nervously pulls on her cigarette.
Okay.
There may be
a little whimper. The young woman hears you. She's looking up. She's slowly. You are. This is not the end of this.
Lies.
Yes, we demand she be punished for deceiving us. We demand her anxiety.
I agree.
Okay. Thank you.
She slowly lights another.
그래 뭐 도망가도 할 수 없지. 살려면 튀어야겠지. 패션 러시아인 같다고요? 러시아인 아니에요. 이 패션 맞냐고요? 공산주의 약간 그 느낌 나는 세계관이다 보니까 모자만 그런데 모자만. 음. 갑자기 연애 고민이야? 네. 너무 무섭다고요? 뭐 협박당했어요. 왜 무서워?
The copper NATO is back.
짜바리들이 돌아왔고.
Yeah. What?
얘는 더 이상 이제 말할 게 없네. 오케이. 그러면 그래도 14시밖에 안 돼. 부표 조사 한번 해보자. 부표 조사하고 부표 조사. 아 그래요. SNS. 본인한테 뭐 위협을 가하거나 그런 게 아니면 문제 없지 않을까요? 이쪽에 있으려나? 최소한 총은 가지고 가고 싶은데 요건가 보다. 이거네.
A metal and plastic.
That over there.
Ooh, hidden things. You lift the boy out of the water without the number 11 has been written on the yellow plastic. It has
simple construction.
It smells like you would expect it. The water, there's something in there. A shot glass's worth of seawater.
Well, damn. We still got here too late. There's nothing of use here anymore. I have no idea. Or think we do. This is a small loose end, either way. Not important, I hope. That may very well be the case. We should keep an eye on her.
클러시한테 가면 없겠지 그러면? 이런 젠장. 걔랑 친하다고 놀란다고 친구한테 물어보니까 뭐 갑자기요? 감사합니다. 뭐 이거 자동 이동이 안 되네. 뛰어가야 되는데. 왠지 도망갔을 것 같은 예감이 강하게 드는데 확인해보자. 그래요. 될 수 없죠. 게임 방송 하다 보니까 게임이 흥미가 없고 지금 하고 있는 게임이 그렇게 막 관심이 안 가면 그러면 보기 어렵지. 아직 그대로 있네? 얘기 한번 해보자. 게임에서 수정하는 방송 좋다고 생각합니다. 그러니까 뭐 아예 뭔가 이제 얘기를 하지 말자 수정 안 한다라는 게 아니라 그냥 이제 개인 방송이니까 아무래도 지금 하고 있는 게임과 너무 맥락 없이 그 과도하게 딴소리를 하면 게임 몰입을 방해하니까 그게 좀 이제 힘들다라는 의미죠. 아무 얘기도 하지 말고 그냥 게임 얘기만 해라는 건 아니죠. 근데 정말 눈꽃만큼도 그 관심이 없나 보네요. 이런 류의 게임은 별 수 없는 일이지만 취향이 안 맞습니다.
Officer. Oh,
Did you take the...
He's trying to throw her off.
no, of course not. As I said, it would have been.
She doesn't seem to be lying. She's genuinely spooked by their disappearance.
They couldn't know where I put it. I'm
Mhm.
absolutely sure I was not fault.
그러면 누가 가져간 거지?
And I've told you mentioned seawater. I was worried I'd been too careless with the latch. The
떠내려갔다.
documents were probably just washed.
진짜일까? 진짜 떠내려갔을까? 아, 그러시군요. 저챗 방송 같은 게 더 맞으시나 보네. 음. 근데 뭐 고3이면 사실 계약하고 나서 이제 바쁠 수밖에 없죠, 1년. 파이팅입니다. 제가 헌님처럼 그렇게 이제 뭔가 소통 그 위주로 하던 그런 저챗 방송을 요새 안 하다 보니까 좀 아쉽긴 하네요. 그러면 시체 조사하는 거밖에 안 남았네, 진짜. 짭짭새랑 어쨌든 얘기를 하긴 해야 되는데 총 없이 그냥 돌격해봐? 그냥 이거 총 없이 그냥 박아봐? 어떻게 해봐? 하루 더 보내야 되는데? 아, 방법이 없네. 이거 해야 되는데 그러면.
Large letters on the front form a title. We're out. The colorful box is you pry open a colorful.
그래요. 감사합니다. 그 주사위한테 한번 가봐야겠다. 주사위 산다고 한번 얘기해봐야지. 그치? 저요? 이제 먹으려고요. 아마 다음에 엔딩 보고 엔딩 먹어야 될 것 같아요. 주사위 제작자한테 한번 가보자. 오늘 방송이요? 그래도 11시에는 종료해야 되지 않을까요? 너무 그 12시 넘기면 제가 그 망하기 때문에 마음의 준비해야 된다고. 아, 여기 이거 있어야 되는구나.
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a dye? I'm sorry. I'm a bit overloaded
아,
just now. So...
조사를 잘 못하네. 그러면 시간을 어떻게 보내야 되지? 아, 그런 데가 생각이 또 나요. 이 22시까지는 어떻게든 버텨야 되는 거.
The barbell waits patiently on the floor, like a dog for its master.
이번 한번 해볼까? 물리적 수단 1밖에 없나? 물리적 수단. 이대로 한번 해보자.
The barbell waits patiently on the floor,
아,
like a dog for its master.
실패했다. 오우.
You manage to hoist it off the ground, but the barbell feels wobbly and dangerous.
Proper weightlifting gloves would definitely afford a better grip.
젠장.
Hello again, esteemed officer.
Hi, Ace Detective. Are you here for more book?
뭐 어디 새로운 곳 없나? 새로운 지역? 올라가서 저요? 저 아마 새벽 1시, 2시쯤 잘 것 같아요. 생일 축하하고 먹고 좀 깨어있다가 잘 듯?
Ooh, the piggies have learned how to saunter up staircases. I didn't think you could do that with hooves. But here you are. Yes, Uncle Maynard. Huge trouble. You're gonna take out your metal detector and your collection of bottle caps.
같이 하고 싶은 게임 있냐고요? 근데 뭐 멀티 게임 제가 최근에 뭔가 계획해 놓은 게 하나도 없어가지고 아마 스토리 게임 계속 할 것 같아요. 한동안 좋은 게임 있으면 그러면 모르겠는데. 요즘 나오는 게임이 고사양이거나 그리고 대부분 그 솔플 위주로 나오는 것 같아요. 대항해 시대 하자고. 유튜브 보고 있어요. 대항해 시대 근데 모르잖아요. 그 진입장벽 때문에 뭐 할지 몰라서 접었다면서. 취향이 안 맞는 거 아니야? 빠른 이동이 안 되는 거지. 강의를 보고 있다고? 대항해 시대를? 그렇게 공부가 많이 필요한 게임인지 몰랐네. 그런데도 모르겠다고. 그 정도면은 그냥 이제 그런 유형이랑 안 맞는 걸 수도 있어요. 아니 근데 공부 그런가? 많이 어렵나? 아 이거 어떻게 하냐. 루비 만나러 그냥 갈까 아니면 고민되네. 루비를 만나러 갈까 22시까지 그냥 시간을 보낼까. 책 읽으면 시간 가거든요. 그냥 지문 막 넘기면. 일단 시체는 안 건드릴 거니까. 내가 말 안 건 애가 있나? 지도 한번 볼까? 옷을 좀 갖춰 입자. 그럼 이거랑 이거랑 신발. 장갑. 짭짭새 만나야 되는데. 벤치에서 쉬어볼까?
The sea's gonna calm down soon.
Our tenant, the policeman.
The scruffy-haired little boy kicked.
잠을 자볼까?
Hello, mister. Bye.
Is that the phasmid?
뭔 소리야? 대벌레 같다고? 어디?
Wait. What if this is the fishing rod?
낚싯대,
all over
벽. 아, 대벌레가 숨어 있는 건가? 근처에? 뭐지?
Fine. It's not a phasmid. It's not even
아, 꼬챙이 같은 거라고. 아, 깜짝 놀랐네.
resting by the fireplace. But
아, 뭐야, 씨.
Hello, mister. Yes, I am. Little, that's nice. My mom is great. Yes. They look the same. They look identify.
오케이. 4분 흘렀네, 4분. 자동 저장 소리인데? 웬 자동 저장?
The scruffy-haired little boy.
뛰어. 왜 기어가? 아, 건너러 가야 되는구나. 어떻게 되는 거지?
The worn and
We can sit on bench.
살인사건 해결하고 앉자고. 좀 자는 건 어때? 15시 22시까지만 시간을 보낸다면?
An old mirror hangs on the wall. You see your reflection in it.
전기화
The expression fixed to your clean-shaven face.
불가능. 전기화 전기화학 전기화학
The pockets of these new jeans are perfect for sticking your hand into. Hey, it's a chewing
살구
It reminds not familiar in a good way. By the way, the raw materials were most likely
시간 보낼 만한 거다.
There it is again. The scent of apricots with a touch of yes. From the height, the sun sets into the sea, but the water does not boil. There is a movement next to you. The shuffle of a small... Why are you talking to a gum wrapper? Bitter, citrus, whatever petrochemical byproducts they used to create this artificial... Until a blossom of skin...
살구맛검 향기를 풍기는 주체.
behind your cloak.
뭐가 나을까? 백색에도
The bed is comforting.
쉴 데가 아니라고.
An old mirror hangs on the wall. You see your reflection in it. The expression fixed to your clean. It's like
성공했어.
something snaps in you. Just like that, it's over.
아니, 야, 미소가 별론 것 같은데 이거? 백과사전으로 세팅하자. 웃는 얼굴이었는데 그냥 이제 백과사전. 딕 멀렌. 그 다음에
An old mirror hangs on the wall.
72%.
See the reflection of your face in it. It
성공.
belongs in the new, the third decade of the current. Things were good. It was smooth sailing. People made gold. Forget about ostentation.
디스코.
If it doesn't rhyme, you're not running out of the dazzling swirl of disco music. In an open air, Boîte de Nuit, somewhere in Revachol West, Guillaume's blonde mane appeared on the screen. He sang some bullshit. Everyone loved it. Maybe you thought some of the stardust would. The click is used to spur on a horse. It also features heavily. Sometimes you like to add finger pistols to the mix. Because, unlike Guillaume, there is a vast ocean of time between right now and the expression. Looking good on you. You have some understanding of the near history of disco, plus the trivia you've picked up along the way. Not really. OO must have just stirred your mind. They're more like a disco rock band, and it doesn't have to be. You can swoon over
귀여운
a
르빌리움.
champagne cork smile whenever you want to.
저것도 한번 배워볼까? 완강 못하는구나. 스킬 포인트 없어서. 아쉽구만. 컨테이너랑 아네트. 아, 너무 아까운데. 둘 중 하나는 할 수 있으면 좋았을 텐데. 제안이랑 수사. 고민이 있다고요? 22시까지 어떻게 시간 보내야 되는데. 뭘로 보내지? 루비한테 그냥 들이박아 이걸?
Yes?
내면 세계. 이게 언제 끝날지가 고민이라고? 진짜 엔딩 얼마 안 남았는데 제가 일부러 저 총 하나 더 먹고 가고 싶어서 끌고 있는 거예요. 다음에는 진짜 엔딩 볼 것 같은데. 미러라자 그럴 거겠다. 종주게 말고 미러라자 그럴 거.
He is ambushed. You open his arm. Good God. You flip to the copyright page. This book with Berserker Rage Bird. Man from Heimdall. Right. The steel.
시간 빨리 갔죠.
A passage reads.
책 읽으면서 시간 빨리 보내고.
Plans for you. Man from here. What do you even know about? This is not just another book.
다른 책도 읽자. 딩 몰래. 딩 몰래만 계속 읽어서 보낼까? 타르코프 해달라고? 아, 타르코프 좋아하시는군. 뭐, 그 풍화제가 좋아하는 거 아니에요?
What's the matter?
The lieutenant shrugged. Of course, Mullen didn't do it. Not only is the local police a typical, the kid doesn't outwardly, that he would certainly. Torvald, that said.
빨리 간다.
Torvald, that said. One evening, yes, comfort and pleasure. The warmth as the two always aim. Whatever it is, Mullen never hears the words. Who can you trust in this wicked, messed up world? The lieutenant, when Mullen treasure, the heat is, and you'll never know what happens. What makes you think this isn't? How do you know this isn't? In your hand, you hold four.
오케이, 빨리 왔다. 헬름 나르면 더 있지.
The edges of the page, you open his arm. Good God, you flip to the copyright. Berserker rage burns. Man from Hyundai. The edges of the page, you open his arm. Good God, you flip to the Berserker rage. Man from Hyundai. The steel muscle.
좋아.
A passage reads.
좋아.
Spells on. I have grand plans in the final page to find out what you.
한번 더 훑어.
His arm. Good God, you flip to the copyright. Berserker rage. Man from Hyundai. The steel muscle. A passage reads.
좋아. 한 시간만 더.
In the final page to find out what you open his arm. Good God, you flip to the Berserker rage. Man from Hyundai. The steel
좋아.
muscles of a passage reads. Thine spell.
20시 됐다. 그만.
What do you even know about it? Man from Hyundai.
됐다. 22시다. 오, 완료됐네. 살구맛 껌 향기를 풍기는 존재. 영국 보너스가 뭐냐 그래서.
August 2nd, early late summer. You're getting off the streetcar in the Jardin.
지각이다. 이런 거는 배신해야. 지각이? 그럼 나 지금 몇이냐? 10이네 지각. 홀리 쉣. 아 이거 말고 제한이 이런 거였으면 좋았어. 가보자. 짭짭새가 있으려나? 없네. 이게 맞나? 못 만났네 결국 짭짭새를 포기해야 되나? 아니 이게 뭐야? 짭짭새. 아 저장하고 블로그 한번 해보자. 그래. 아 드디어 있네. 버그였어 이거. 버그가 이렇게 많아요. 사실 어제 블로그에서 봤어야 됐는데.
Her hand is trembling.
Madame, please drop the firearm immediately.
The man appears to be pulling out an object from his pocket.
Superseding event. Split-second decision. Get on the ground. Get on the goddamn ground. Subject yourself to a full body cavity search.
Be careful, detective.
The situation looks bad. You'll have to go for the gun sooner or later. This is dangerous. You're 70% certain you always leave your gun with you.
오. 적색 판정. 헐.
Big red key. That's code for the battering ram. Cop talk. You know this.
It's the goddamn police shit!
As she waves her hands, you notice familiar-looking ampoules and packets sticking out of the mountain.
Confiscated contraband! Restricted access!
I don't think she's on drugs. Being off drugs might actually be the problem here.
Back up! Back up! Back up!
No. No. I thought Mr. Moran.
What's the situation, officer?
Law enforcement compromised! Impersonating a police...
Does she not believe you two are actually police officers?
License and registration! License and registration! Commander!
It's not a code, just disjointed words.
해볼까?
She's frightened, confused, teetering under all that gear. There's an opening if you just move fast enough. If not, the lieutenant's got her in a sack. Sure, you're you, but how do we end this? She's not just gonna live.
Shit.
Oh my god. In your peripheral vision, the lieutenant releases God.
Shit.
What is this? This isn't police issue. Police
오. 총을 쐈네 나한테 2번이나 이 미친. 와, 씨. 오.
Grab the gun right now. This might be your...
I need to figure out what...
어휴.
Nobody's ever around. Nobody ever.
She's in a stupor. I've seen this before. God knows for how long. Honestly, I don't know. Dementia, probably. Dementia and Channel 8 and loneliness. Probably not. But more pressing is the question of what to do with her.
Her scratched skin is warm to the touch, but...
I don't think there's any need for that. In her current... We could let Titus know. This is a perfect problem for the local peacekeepers to handle. They might even know her family. Then we can ask him once we get back to the whirling. But we have to hurry. But I think we are done here for now.
Please. Leave the radio on.
She stands motionless. The woman stands is one of those things that there were narcotics in there too. You're thinking of taking them. The old woman doesn't even flinch.
Oh, is that yours? It's your hat.
You take the file of Parolid.
You're taking those, are you?
Listen to him, for once.
Thank you. I'm doing this to help you. We need to focus on the case.
경찰 모자다. 하디한테 말하러 가야 되는데.
Holding the gun feels natural and satisfying. It reminds you of the day you first held it. This is your gun. It's more of a symbol than anything.
하디 자러 갔을 거 아니야. 가볼까? 자러 안 갔을 수도 있으니까. 가보자, 하디한테. 어쨌든 총을 챙겼으니까 내일 아침에는 루비한테 가볼 수가 있을 것 같아요. 뭐야?
Take a long metaphor. It's always metaphor. This is more important than you. The engines of fortune once roared here. The engines stopped. The West Rivisholian industrial base was dismantled after the war. Yes.
하디 패거리가 전부 집에 갔다면 너무 곤란할 것 같은데 제발 그러지 않았기를. 제발 아직 있기를 바란다. 하디 있네. 나이스. 뭐야?
The theme on that pinball machine is a standard royalist theme, clinging to a picture book version of the past century, waiting for the king to come back. It comes free with a six-pack of Vermilion Roy. The sentiment is called anti-sentiment.
The copper NATO is bad.
우리가 어떤 소식을 가져갈게.
What's that, copper?
You're local law enforcement, aren't you?
Yeah. God, poor lady. Don't worry, we'll handle this. I think she got some fame.
Hey, wasn't Everett's B team looking for her the other day?
Yeah, I think you're right, Gene. She have something of yours, Big. You're fucking with me. You're...
Sure did, boss. Heard him loud and...
Well, at least I can see you got it back. If you have any questions... Auntie LaPlante, we always called her.
Marianne, amigo.
Anything else you wanted to know? Was like before. Just an old lady. Kids moved away years ago. Never.
Us kids? That must have been ages ago.
Get wanted to be a cop, you mean? Well,
No fucking clue. It's gotta be the crazy. Who'd want to be a pig? No, I didn't. Because I'm...
Yeah, Carl. That's some pretty fucking weird shit to say. Dunno. She lives by the water.
Police paraphernalia doesn't just wash up on the coast, people. It's not like we dump it at night. She bought it.
No problem, old cop man.
Sure enough, we're the real heroes on these streets.
오케이. 어쨌든 할머니 일을 맡겼으니까 뭐 어딘가 이제 객사하시진 않으시겠지. 그건 그거고. 핀볼 한번 볼까?
The machine is dead and...
손을 봐야 돼. 핀볼기가 언제 선보는 거야? 그냥 지금 루비한테 가봐? 총도 얻었겠다? 킴 키치락이랑 같이 그냥 루비한테 돌격을 할까요? 좋아, 그러면 시신조사 안 했고 이거 다 시신조사할 수 있는 거고, 이거는 돌레스 레이를 만나야 되고.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone. As you tap on...
No, that's enough fun.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist? Just a moment.
10-4, come in, officer. 10-4, sir. Roger that. And very glad to hear it. Roger that. 10-10.
오케이, 총이랑 신분증 다 찾았어. 옷을 좀 무장을 해야겠지? 좋은 걸로 무장하자. 바지는 이게 제일 좋고, 신발은 이게 제일 좋다. 장갑. 모자. 이런 모자는 별로인 것 같은데? 그냥 이거 끼자. 재킷. 지각 떨어지는 건 어떻게 하지? 지각이 내가 높으니까 상관없겠네. 높으니까 상관없겠네. 좋아요. 그러면 완전 무장 해놓고 루비 앞에서 여기다. 손전등을 꺼내면 좋겠다. 자, 이 상태에서 덮어씌고 저장하고, 저는 그러면 다음 방송 때 엔딩까지 보기로 하고, 일단 12시 전에는 방송을 마쳐야 될 것 같아가지고 여기까지 하도록 할게요. 이번에는 다들 좋은 밤 되시고요. 그리고 그 다음 방송에 또 뵙도록 할게요. 급하게 방송하게 되는 것 같아서 좀 갑작스럽긴 하지만 시청해주셔서 감사합니다. 사랑해.